Yes. So as I was saying, at least
You
we're
love
here. At least we're here together, friends and family alike, joined around. You know, uh,
kill me.
This guy's acting like it's Christmas.
in unity.
Yeah.
God bless us, everyone. No.
Worst Christmas ever.
Yeah.
It's almost St. Patrick's Day. I want to get drunk and punch someone in the face.
I want to watch somebody get fucking tased.
Have you
Throw me some beads.
Yes.
have you heard Theo Vaughn talking about Monster Energy drink to Joe Rogan?
Yes.
he's like they look like he's like Monster Energy drink makes you beat your wife too.
Punch your
He's like
stepdad.
he's like I mean like I'm not saying that it happens to everybody, but there's some of those guys you see drinking monsters, you know they're going home to punch. It's St. Patty's Day. Everybody's Irish.
And then he slaps the shit out of that bitch with a rack of ribs.
Well, welcome y'all. Welcome. Them old school gamers. And welcome everybody at home joining us for yet another Adventures in Luxos. And
Where?
where?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, okay, so I wish you hadn't done that, but now I'm gonna be stuck on that until
Bitch, where?
There was one time when we were like when she was real younger, my daughter, whose name I will not say because we're recording now, but we were driving down the road and she used to love to see airplanes and stuff. So there was one time her mother like points out the window and goes, "Look, there's an airplane," and she's like looking for it, and then she can't find it, and she gets frustrated. She's like at the top of her lungs, she's like, "Where?" And we're like, "It's out the window." Where? I mean, she. You had to be there. You had to see it, but she was losing her mind trying to find this dang old airplane. Where? So now whenever she points to me something out to me while we're driving down the road, I answer her just like that. Where? Anyways, all right. So time for another Adventures in
Story time.
Luxos. Story time. Yeah, let's cue the intro and.
That's that guitar riff for Welcome to the Jungle. Come on.
And we're back. Dude, the power of editing and magic software. We are back. What's up, y'all? Welcome to Adventures in Luxos.
Welcome back to another episode.
Yeah. I'm Lord Pog, and these are them old school gamers. Let me introduce them to you now. Wow, I did not see the memes until just now. What in the freaking world? Okay, so, yeah. Starting at the top, we have AGTX, the Dragons.
I will kill you.
And he will be playing the human slayer / dragon shaman. You quit.
Until you die.
And he will be playing You Quill.
Somebody save me from this place.
Beneath him, we have Cassid 69, and she. Cassid 69. That's you, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay. I was like, have I been pronouncing it wrong this entire time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was called like the wrong name for like 6 months, and I didn't realize.
Oh.
Once upon a time, not now, but yes.
We have Castnut69.
I love how we were all just kind of like, cool story.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah. And she will be playing Agargus, the Myconid Pion Mender. Then we have Icy Hot _2305, who is currently dropping memes but not talking.
Womp womp.
Womp
I
womp.
hate heavy case of penis muffitis.
Ugly duckling. Bwok bwok. Yeah. He will be playing Zoltan Heisenberg, the half drow deep druid. Not your mama's druid, your daddy's druid. How's that expression go? It's not your
Well,
You're not like that.
it's not your father's beer, right? So.
Yeah, something like that. Not your father's druid. Yeah, that's it. Not your father's druid. Yeah, he doesn't draw.
I wouldn't want to be anybody's father's druid.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I wouldn't want to be a druid.
He doesn't.
Not actually. I mean, it's cool for the game, but not actually. That shit would suck.
Yeah. No plumbing. I don't know why the plumbing's
Okay.
like toiletry's the first thing, but like if I can't go in comfort, I'm just a wreck all day.
Being a possession to a woman.
Yo.
I had to think of a tricky way to say that.
Yeah, well, I don't think it was as tricky as you think it was.
Couldn't be me.
I don't think you rocked that rhyme as tricky as you think you did. But
You
that's
know what? The only certificate of ownership that there is on me is my birth certificate, and that is to the U.S. government. So,
wow.
no other person.
Well,
I'm sure not a woman.
let's now that we're done unpacking all of that, let's go. Let's introduce Android, who will be being played by Ness. He is
AKA
Not
Concede.
owned by a woman.
he is he is the
Y'all gonna hear Concede get real serious in a minute, snap a belt. You're like, okay, you've said enough.
Y'all mind your business.
Be like, get back in the closet. Get back in there. Lay down. Yeah, have some kibble.
You have to raise your hand when you talk to me.
Don't speak unless spoken to.
Oh, it's gonna be an interesting night. It's gonna be an interesting night. So, Android is a half wood elf. Bard.
Not druid.
He's
Or
a-
a fucking druid.
He's
You
a
know what I mean.
bard paladin. He's a bard paladin who is
Now the
the.
word fucking escapes me. What is it?
Shut up and let me finish your introduction. Contemplate that silently. Anyways,
Oh.
your DM is talking now. He is a bard / paladin who is the saint of Corlon Lorethian. There. That's it. That's the introduction. I'm done. I'm done
You're
with it. Thank you. Oh, and I'm Pog. I'm Lord Pog. I'm your humble DM. Yes. That's it. Yes. Everybody good? Great. Let's play some D&D. For the love of Pete. For the love of St. Cuthbert, let's do this.
I don't know who the fuck Pete is, bro. Who the fuck's Pete? What are you talking about, Pete? Who the fuck Pete?
Pete. For the love of him. So
Oh, Pete, the last Pete I knew owed me money.
last session, lots of things happened. Zoltan decided he'd go and track down Chu Mi to see if she's learned anything from her friend Ling Ling. Whilst that was happening, Agaragis discovered where the Royal Guard rest when they're off duty inside the Forgotten Palace. And then they returned and met back up with Zoltan. And while that was going on, Zoltan happened to notice a mysterious figure traveling through the Forgotten Palace, and Agaragis agreed to try and follow them very sneakily, while Zoltan tried to track down Chu Mi. Agaragis, you discovered some kind of it's like a liquid. It's that thick, clear liquid, if you remember, that is well, it's thick. But you did, the thing you realized about it is that it's like food grade. It's digestible, and it burns. It's really strong because you tasted a little bit of it and you noticed like hints of cinnamon and things of that nature. So you kept a little bit of it inside one of your containers.
Inside my body.
That's inside your body. Yes.
Yeah.
Just shits it out the side.
Yeah. Since that's going to be an important thing to mention. Yes, Agaragis has bottles, decanters, if you will, that are organic in nature, and so they can mold with their body. It actually is kind of a neat little thing you can do. I guess it is more important when you really look at it that way. Yeah, so brief explanation of one of the yet another weird thing that Agaragis can do. They can produce, containers.
Weird little fucking creature.
Weird little myconid mushroom thing.
Racist.
You little fungus.
Alright, I'm calling all of you bigots.
Far from the truth. The only difference is we do this to everybody.
You Cool and Android, you guys had an interesting session. You Quill, you got to know some of your competition a little bit better. Just got to just chill and talk with a few of them. You came to realize that two of them really aren't really that bad of guys at all. The Daji and the the one, if I can remember what it's called, which I never can. The Pengjiang. The Daji and the Pengjiang, which is basically just a dog person and a panda bear person, panda folk, if you will, and dog folk. They're actually not that bad of people. Everyone else seems, other than the monk, who seems to be sort of caustic in nature to everybody. Everybody else just seems to be doing their own thing. The thing that's interesting that happened to you is you discovered that your guys' rings of communication have a feature on it that you didn't know. After, what's it been now, 5 years? You had no idea that this your ring was capable of communicating with you, and it goes by the name of Dot. And she's got all kinds of little functions that you were just completely unaware of. And
She's a baddie for real.
Huh?
She's a baddie for real.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah. I don't know what else to say to that. Uh, but yeah, you realize that in using dot, which I guess your ring would be dot one because Android's is dot three, we established. Dot one can actually track down the other rings should you need to actually meet up. And yeah, you realize that Otis's ring has become malfunction and needs to in order for it to work properly again, you would have to bring your ring or just any of the functioning rings to his ring and have them troubleshoot.
Turn it off, turn it back on again. Gotcha.
Yeah, to work. You also realize that Tyrone Hatebad still has his, but he had 2 rings and he's given a ring away. There is also one more ring, and it is the main ring. It is the conduit ring, as it were. I said the one ring. It's the one ring. No, it is the conduit ring, though. It is the ring that, in essence, all the other rings are based off of. It is the,
Ring 0.
yeah, if as it were, yeah.
You're calling it the circuit, right?
Yeah, it's like the conduit, the circuit, it's not like it. Don't think Lord of the Rings, like one ring to rule them all. It's just kind of it's just kind of like the origin ring, if as it were. And it basically has the ultimate function, though. It does. And other than that, whoever has got the ring 0, we'll call it that. I like that. Whoever has ring 0 and the ring that Tyrone gave up, and the other ring, that is a mystery, at least to you. We flip over to Android, who's going to investigate this poison that these assassins seem to keep taking that just completely disintegrates their bodies. While going to the Kuatoa, because Lao-D, you're what would you call Lao-D? He's just kind of like your companion for this mission, isn't he? Really? Just kind of like
an escort.
Yeah. They did call him a detective.
Yeah, true.
The Kuatoa called him a detective, so that lets you know that he's got some kind of official capacity that is recognized, at least within the Forgotten City, you know, as far as you know. But because you Quill told Dot to come into contact with you, Android, you got to talking to Dot, and you discovered that Yoshi Lorethian gave up her ring to who you can only think has to be Solar. You know?
Yeah. Leading theory.
Extremely recognizable. Leading theory, yes. And that, you know, Tyrone is not answering his ring. Otis's ring is on the fritz. And there was one other thing about these rings, and that was there was another voice that you do not recognize who came over the ring chatter, because apparently Dot has been recording everything you guys have been doing since you first got the rings. So over her recordings of this one moment, another voice did come over the rings that you don't recognize, at least not offhand, right? Talking about, you know, basically very upset that Solar was shutting the ring down, in essence. And Solar shut it down. You're not entirely sure how that happened or whatever. It's just a recording. You have no visuals behind it to know what could have happened. But something transpired there, and Solar seems to be in possession of one of the rings. And you're not entirely sure when he got possession of it. You just know that when this took place, you were within the 5-mile range of it.
Right.
Because the recording isn't corrupted at all. Like, you did listen to Tyrone's recording of when he transferred his ring, and that was corrupted audio because it's so far out of range that you can't be for sure what all actually took place there. And then we ended the session with you and Lao D meeting with the Koatoan Shogun, who goes by the name of Boo Krogai. So, and that's where we're picking up, actually, Android. I think we will pick up with you tonight, speaking with Boo Krogai. And
Shit, fuck.
huh?
Fish head.
Yeah. Yeah, to describe this guy a little bit, because most Koatoa are probably like 4 foot to like maybe 5 foot tall, you know? And this one, what makes him so special is he's not as squat, he's more lean and muscular, and he's like 5.5 feet tall, making him tall for Koatoa, right? Plus, you can see that he's got decorative fin on his head, sets him apart from other Koatoa who slightly remind you of frog people, frog folk, as it were. And he, like you said, looks more fishy, you know? More capable in a fight, you know? Surrounding him, he has 2 of the of his beasts, these type of Koatoa dog people, who are just these like plump, squat little creatures that roll around on 2 legs, but like little arms like a T-Rex, and they just have these fat, plump little bodies. They look like a mutation of like I don't know, like a whale meets a frog, meets a fish, meets a shark. You know? Like, they're just highly disgusting little creatures, but they're so squat and bestial, you know what I mean? Like, they're not tall, but I mean the things are darn near as wide as like you quill, you know what I'm saying? You can't tell if they're like intelligent, like you would consider Koatoa, or if these things are just in fact animals, you know? And they seem to act, for all intents and purposes, how a domesticated dog would, though, you know, like like a trained attack dog, because they sit on either side of Boo Krogai as you guys enter into his tent, his royal tent, as it were. And when he sees you enter, he's just like, well, what business brings you to my royal tent?
Android kind of looks to Laudi, then looks back to the shogunate and kind of bows before speaking. And he says, we seek an antidote.
Oh, antidote? What makes you think that I have an antidote for you?
Android just kind of thinks for a moment. He says, well, the word is that you and your people have an area of expertise in the matter. He says, is that incorrect?
He sits there for a minute and mulls over your words, and he seems slightly confused, and he says, expertise in what matter are you exactly speaking of? Is there a problem with our presence at this Jingzhu?
Android just kind of shakes his head and he says, well, not at all. We just require assistance, I suppose, in investigation, and we could use someone with a certain sort of expertise to help us concoct an antidote to some sort of substance we ran into. He kind of looks to Loudy and he says, that's right, right?
Loudy nods. Loudy,
yeah,
he nods and he even interjects a little and he says, don't act so offended. You know what your kind is like.
Android just kind of like shifts his feet and he says, well, I mean no offense. I am not of these lands, so internal affairs of that sort are not really of my concern. I am just a part of this investigation, and I hear that you know.
You hear that when there is trouble abound and all the denizens are gathered around, the Kuatua must be to blame. Well, I'd be mad if you weren't partially right. So what is the expertise then in this antidote? You say that it's a curse, a poison. What is it that we can assist you with?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what it is because, well, it exists in these capsules. It's not a curse, as it were. It's some sort of substance. They crush the capsule in their mouth and then their body melts away.
Oh. I see.
We're trying to figure out a good way to stop that from happening.
As you're saying this, he just kind of puts a hand up and he goes, shh. And you watch as he like kind of looks around for a minute. As if he's suddenly not even aware of your presence or anybody's presence. And he closes his eyes for a minute and just kind of breathes in. Well, it would seem that Kimosh favors your endeavor. And because they favor your endeavor, I am obliged to help you.
Android just kind of bows to him, you know.
He watches you bow and he says, have you heard of Kimosh before? And when you say that, you hear Loud D kind of go, oh, here we go.
Android says no, but I am grateful for your assistance.
He says, Don't thank me, thank Kimosh. And with that, he stands up and he says, what you are talking about is what we call the internal fire. It's not even a poison as much as it's an acid. You were correct in assuming that we, the Kuatoa, might have some sort of involvement in it, since it is a particular caustic secretion that can only be found from one place. And with that, he draws his weapon and turns to one of his dogs, or his dog creatures, and chops its head off. And everybody kind of shifts, just kind of like, whoa, even the other one kind of jumps up and backs away for a minute and is kind of whimpering. And Boo Krogi, he kneels down, and on the backside of the creature's head, where a neck should meet the body, but these things obviously don't really have a neck per se. Watch him shove his hand into the backside of its skull and kind of dig around for a minute till he pulls out this pocket, what looks like a gland that's all green and bubbly and kind of pus covered, and he walks over to just a section of the floor and squeezes it. When he does, this greenish like pea soup colored liquid just comes kind of squirting out of it, hits the ground, and kind of it burns, causing smoke. Because it's just dirt floor, nothing catches fire or melts per se, but it definitely scars the surface of the ground. He says, it's a natural defense that our and he motions to the thing and he says that our nightmares have.
Android just kind of grimaces a little bit, but it's just kind of that's pretty handy, I'm sure.
Says, well, for them, it's, what's the word? Nullified. In because of the processes that it takes for them to transfer from gland to bite. It's not instantaneous death as much as just something you don't want to happen to you too much. In this form, however, if you were to drink straight from this gland here, it would disintegrate your entire body and everything you're wearing within a matter of minutes. So, and he just throws the gland on the floor, just whoop, with a wet slap. He goes, so, rubs his hands. That means somebody's harvesting the glands out of our nightmares. And this is me off to no when, you understand.
Yeah, it would me too.
He says, for this, there is no cure. No antidote, as it were. However, if we can find who's selling them the nightmares and how they're getting so many nightmares, then maybe we can at least put an end to their ability to I'm not even sure what they're using it for. You said that they were using it in a capsule that they were eating?
Well, allow me to explain. if we were being followed in our investigation, observed, as it were, and when we got wind, we chased down the culprit and apprehended him. And during our line of questioning, he crushed a capsule within his mouth and allowed it to disintegrate him along with his possessions so that we would learn nothing, essentially. It's a counteractive measure. Last resort sort of thing.
But it was in a capsule.
Well, as far as I could tell, they keep it in their mouth. Perhaps in their tooth or something, under a false tooth. I'm uncertain exactly how. There's nothing left to examine, you know. They just crunch their mouth down and it dissolves them.
His demeanor is intrigued and disturbed at the same time, but he chooses not to say nothing. Or he chooses to say nothing about it. Instead, he says, well, we should start with finding out where they're getting the nightmares from. And go from there, I should think. You can roll a sense motive if you like.
Okay.
Something feels off, but you can't quite put your finger on it. And with that, Boo Krogi, he just says, if there's nothing else, I will have my own personal investigators look into the matter for you. Until then,
Android just kind of looks to Loudy and he's like, what do you think? Should we let them take jurisdiction over this, or?
Just a second. Oh, okay. Loudy, he kind of turns away from Boo Krogi, you know, to where, like, I guess the best way to describe it would be like he turns his body in such a way to where he can turn his head, cock his neck more towards in your direction, where Bull Krogi will only be like maybe just making up the faintest of his profile while he speaks to you. And he says, there is something he is not telling us. That is to be sure. He's holding back something. When you mentioned the fact that they were keeping that acid, the inner burning, as they call it, in a capsule, that's bothered him, but he hasn't said why. However, I will say, I don't know how else we're going to better find out who's harvesting their nightmares without his help. And then he turns back to Bull Krogi and just stands there quietly.
Android kind of thinks this over for a moment, and he says, "So, this acid, there aren't many things that could be used to contain it, right? I'm sure it eats through most things." He says, "Do you have any thoughts on what could be being used to, contain it?"
Boo Krogi looks you dead in the eye without flinching even a little and says, "No."
The android kind of thinks this over.
You may roll another sense motive if you'd like.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, he's lying. He's lying to you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you could just tell that, like, he and in fact, and he did it just dead ass in your face too, like, not a flinch, not anything,
It's like
which gives you
how
and I.
quickly he replies.
Yes, it lets you, it tells you two things. One, that the Kuatoa make no bones about it. You know what I mean? But two, also that, that there was just, it's just in the way he did it, his delivery. It was almost like it was something he wanted to brush aside quickly. It is not something, you can tell it's not something he's really wanting to discuss. However...
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go for it. Say what she's going to say.
Oh, I was just going to say, Android kind of, narrows his eyes at him for a moment, but he drops it. He's like, well, I can understand why you'd be so earnest to look into it then.
Boo Krogi just says, "Indeed." He kind of he looks off to the side for a minute now. He's looking at the nightmare he had to kill. Kind of, there's a slight glance of maybe what is possibly remorse, and then he looks back at you and he says, "If there's nothing else, I would like to begin my investigation. If we have nothing else here to discuss, unless there is something you want to discuss with me."
Android just kind of shakes his head and he says, "No, I think that's everything. Thank you for your time." He kind of bows again. He says, "Please be in touch if you learn anything."
Says, "It is Kimosh's will that I help you in this. You should know that he who spins the world, what he demands I must answer.
The android says, well then I'm grateful to Keymosh for your assistance then.
Again, you just hear Lao D sigh.
So, I guess that'll be that.
That you, With that, Boo Krogia waits for you to be fully out of this tent before you just catch the faint sound of him giving orders to somebody within the tent in their language. In this particular language, no less. You know.
Android's kind of like, well, can I roll a listen real quick to see if I can hear it clearly?
Sure.
And then kind of like recite it to Dot?
Yeah.
Or maybe be like, Dot, did you catch that sort of thing?
Sure.
If I knew the alphabet.
Yeah, so as he's doing that, you quickly like strain to listen, putting Dot out there, kind of trying to amplify her so where she can catch it as well. And Dot says, translating. Old Speak, also known as primordial. What I can gather, he is saying something about old ways and looking into it. Who he is speaking to, I do not know, but a particular name was dropped. I heard Batku, perhaps?
Batku.
Yes, Batku. Old ways. Look into this. Loud D just kind of, as you're doing this, Loud D's like, it would be wise in the future when dealing with the Kuatua that you don't encourage their mythology. Or they're liable to entrap you with the same insanity that plagues them.
Oh?
This Keymosh business that he's speaking of. The Kuatua don't worship the gods of our land, like our Tachesis or, well,
Corlon the Rethian.
He says, no. I don't. Cora who?
Android just kind of gives him a peace sign. He says, my god.
He says, I see. Well, they don't worship I doubt they worship even the gods where you are from. Here we have
Probably not.
Yes, here we have our particular gods. We have Cass, Primus, Tachesis, Toldoth, but we do not have these.
Toldoth?
When you say his name like that, he says, "Oh, you've heard of our god."
Yeah.
Bum bum bum.
Yeah, Android just kind of like closes his eyes for a second and kind of like touches his fingers to his forehead. And he's like, it's a long story. I won't get off track right this moment, but I'll fill you in. Just go ahead with what you were saying first.
He says, well, while Cass and Primus are the two most commonly worshipped, Cass being the god of our warriors, and Primus being the more philosophical god, because he is that of balance, light and darkness, chaos and order, that sort of thing. We, the Dragoon, worship Takesis because she is our mother. He goes, Toldoth is more of a god for the unmentionables of our societies. In fact, there are quite a few Toa Toa who do worship Toldoth. They believe Toldoth to be the oldest of all the gods in general, of our gods of our lands, which is laughable because he is cretinous in it, but they believe that through Toldoth they have discovered gods beyond our recognition. Deep ones, old ones, as it were. And this Chemosh, who is just a fantasy of theirs, they call a primordial. They say that there are many primordials, some responsible for creating our very existence, as it were, as if anybody could create our gods. But that's what they believe, anyways. I personally think they just invented the mythology just to make themselves feel more important than they actually are.
Android's mouth is kind of dry. And he looks like he's kind of starting to sweat, and he just has this like very serious look on his face, and he's like, Mauji, I think we better go sit down somewhere and maybe get some drinks. You know, he just looks really uncomfortable, and he's like, I just kind of assume they go find somewhere to sit down, and Android's like,
Sure.
I'm gonna do something very risky and tell you the story of my journey up to what led us here. He said it's gonna take us a while. He's like, but
Loudy just
I
smiles and he snaps his fingers and he says, "One pitcher of the wine, please." He says, "Don't worry. I will take as much time as you like."
Android's like, thank you, you know, he kind of like bows his head a little bit, and he's like, you know, just starts from the beginning with Android, Tyrone, and fucking Timothy in the forest, you know, and he does not like he's not very sparing with the details either. Like he does a good job filling him in on everything, including the parts about the Pantheon. You know, and
Does he
he's
even
like,
produce it? Does he produce the Pantheon for him, or does he hold that back? Just out of curiosity.
I suppose he'll produce it, but he's gonna be kind of like, you know, like, I don't know.
I'll tell you, as you produce it, Loudy makes no motion to even try to take it, unless Android has offered for him to look at it. You know what I mean? But he
Right.
makes no motion to even grab for it. He just, as you're explaining all this, Loudy's expression never changes. He just solely sips the fire wine.
Right.
It's suggesting even to you to sip that slowly, because if you drink it too fast, you're gonna get drunk way too quickly. You know what I mean?
Right.
But he doesn't, nothing. He remains reserved, just quietly listening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so Android's telling him about this. He does. I don't know that he's necessarily going to offer it over to him, but he produces it and kind of opens it to show him, and he's like, I don't know if this appears blank to you. It did to me when I first opened it, but now I can read passages out of it. I don't know exactly why, it just reveals itself to you. And he puts it away, and he's like, continuing on, it tells him the good bits about anvil steel, and that whole mess, and just leads him on the path of his journey up to this point. He's like, I'm very paranoid, as I'm sure you may have began to pick up on. I'm a very paranoid person, so I feel as though I'm taking a risk in telling you every bit of this, but I have faith that you won't stab me in the back.
So, yeah.
And then he stabs me in the back, yeah.
Yeah, and then he just pulls out a sword and chops you right in the neck. No,
Like, literally stabs me in the back, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, kills my ass right here. He's like, that fire wine has the fucking Kuatoa poison in it. Suck a dick and die.
No, so, you finish your story for a minute after you're done, and Loudy sits there and ponders everything he's learned, and he says, in my land, not all of the Dragoon worship Tachesis. We recognize her as our mother, and so her divinity is without question to us. This Corlon Lorethian that you've mentioned sounds like he's pure magic. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, clearly.
He says, just based upon your description, I feel like I have actually heard of him before. Although he was not called Corlon Lorethian, how we met him. He is known as the way Mazaru described him, as the Celestial, is what she said. She traveled to your country once, long ago, or to your lands, and she said she met the Celestial. And we had always wondered what that meant. And now I think I do. And now I think I understand why she's doing what she's doing. However solemn that path she's on may be, we have this philosophy here. Some of us worship Cass. None of us, when we're going into battle, pray to Tachesis. Our warriors pray to Cass. Those like Mazaru devout themselves somewhat to Primus, who is the, we also call him the Balance. This Toldoth, if he truly be the Toldoth that exists in our lands, what confuses me about him, the one you mentioned and the one we have, is Our Toldoth is depicted as decrepit. Sort of like the father of decay, as it were. While your Toldoth actually sounds more sinister, nefarious even. I'm having a hard time connecting the two together. Because clearly our gods and your gods are different. You believe this Corlan Lorethian has become a god. While in these lands, it is unfathomable for us to even think that we would be pure enough to ascend to such heights. You see what I'm saying? What you may be suggesting is that our gods are created, at least say for this Toldoth. And you say that you have met these primordials, at least their leader, right? Because you would, if you had told them the whole truth, then you've told them about meeting the creator as well, right?
Yeah.
AO.
Yeah.
Says this AO? But why would AO, such a being such as he, speak with the Kuatoa? If the Kuatoa really can communicate with all these primordials, which would suggest that that our gods are not these primordials, our gods are just powerful mortals.
Android kind of thinks for a moment. He says, well, I don't exactly have an answer for that. He says, but I acknowledge Corlan Lorethian as my god. However, that doesn't mean that I acknowledge him as creator. He kind of scratches his head. Does that make sense?
Says it does.
He says, I can't anymore, even if I wanted to. He says, but he is still a higher power through which I can connect myself to that creator. He's like a medium. Or a mediator.
Says interesting. Well, if what you say is true, then our gods somehow have become gods. All except maybe Toldoth. And if that's the case, if Toldoth really truly is one of these eternal beings known as the primordials, then then he truly is more dangerous than we could have imagined, because he has chosen the Kuatoa as his people, and some of the other undesirables of these lands. Yes, but he speaks directly to the Kuatoa. I would keep this in mind, that I don't think your path with the Kuatoa is going to end just yet when you leave this place. If you truly are at odds with Toldoth, then you are more than likely going to cross paths with them again.
Yeah.
Which means you cannot trust what they say or do. Fortunately for you, he says that this Chemosh, who they say is one of these primordials as well, is what's encouraging them to help. So it makes me wonder if Chemosh, if there is a type of hierarchy amongst the primordials, which there must be because they all acknowledge this AiL as the ultimate source, all except this Daruzdan you mentioned. Well, that's more than I care to think about. If there is a primordial whose ultimate goal is to destroy all of reality and itself and everything that exists, I can't think about that. You'll have to forgive me. The world hasn't stopped. The world hasn't stopped spinning yet, Android, and until it does, I intend to live my life like it intends to continue. You understand?
I do.
Says what I would suggest is learning more about the Kuatoa. If you know thy enemy, then you're better prepared for them. And if there is a form of hierarchy, then maybe Chemosh just sits just slightly above Toldoth. Because the Toldoth we know is nothing like the force of nature that you're dealing with. Again, he is the frail god here, the god of decay. You know. His worshippers are the undesirables and the lessers of society.
Yeesh.
With that, he finishes his drink and he says, if it be all right with you, though, I would, I assume that you're going to head up to the palace and meet up with the others, Garrigus and Zoltan, correct?
He says yes, and I also intend to look into more matters on the nightmare blood, because it seems to me like the matter on the capsules, I got the sense that he straight lied to my face about not knowing anything about it, so I think you're onto something.
He's like pinching the bridge of his snout, you know what I mean? And his eyes are closed, like almost like he's trying to like push back like a headache now. He says, oh, he was, without a shadow of a doubt. I picked up on that too. There's more to it than he's telling us. He goes, when inquiring about these nightmare, don't call them nightmare, call them the Kuatoa nightmare. He says, we do have a form of animal here called the nightmare, and they are dark and majestic, almost frightening beasts. Not like these things.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you go just saying nightmare, they're going to be thinking you're speaking of one thing, and really you're just talking about whatever in the nine those things are. But they are, for all intents and purposes, recognized as the Kuatoa nightmare, where they can ride those things like mounts.
This is well, good to know.
Says, but with your permission, I'd like to take your leave. I need to write some things down. Nothing. I promise you this. I'm going to write nothing that you have told me down. But when one's own personal philosophies come into question, I find it's best to work them out on paper.
Andric kind of scratches his chin, and he's like, then do what you need to do. Yeah. So, you don't need to ask my permission. Handle your own matters. That's fine. He says, I'll return for now. Yeah.
He says, I will catch up with you. That's where you are headed. I will find you. I am a detective after all.
He says, very well, until we meet again.
He stands up and politely bows and turns and makes his way off to go and write whatever it is he's about to write.
And then Android throws a fucking chair. No, I'm kidding.
Hendrik throws the chair. Agaricus.
What?
What? Agaricus. Did Agaricus fall out already? Cassid, are you with us?
Alive? Android, go punch
Okay,
his face.
hello, sorry.
Okay. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Hello. So Agaricus, you where we left you, you had just collected some of that material inside your body bottle. And yeah, that's pretty much where you were at, you know? For all intents and purposes, you saw that trail leading into the wall. And then, you know, off to the side, just a short distance away, you can see Zoltan, you know, consorting with a man, and then the man leaves to go and do something, whatever Zoltan was talking to him about. And now Zoltan is just kind of standing there waiting. What are you doing now? What is your plan? What is your modus operandi?
Okay, one sec.
No.
Okay, is everybody there, or like, is it just me and Zoltan?
There's still people in the palace, if that's what you mean.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
kind of.
It's just a little past midday, you know? It's getting late afternoon, as it were.
Okay, I think if I still have like the vial and stuff on me, I think, well, I don't know. I was gonna try to give it to somebody.
Who you, okay, so who do you want to give it to?
I'm not sure. That's why I was kind of thinking I was about the party, but yeah, I'm kind of unsure if I should do that or just hold on to it for now with everybody.
Until everybody can look at it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what is your immediate plans for this moment?
Oof.
Did you say oof?
Yeah.
Oof. I thought I'd just like kind of stand here and take in the sights.
Go become one with the earth again.
You just plant yourself, just root yourself in, and somebody just is like, a giant mushroom! Boom! Clean! Boots you.
That would be terrible.
It's gonna happen. You should
I
know
know.
this if you just go turning into like a mushroom form in a place where there isn't normally that going on. Somebody's gonna freak out. I just have to tell you. I'm gonna
Well, I'll keep it in mind.
be like, oh, stop that! If that spreads, we'll have fungi all throughout the palace.
Yeah, it sounds like my mom.
I have no idea what that means, but
That she's like disappointed in me or something. I don't know.
that took a goddamn dark turn fast.
Wow, that took a hard left. What is
Jack laughed.
What is this like?
I'm laughing. I'm just like, God, Jesus.
Androids don't
I'm
say people's real names.
You gotta use my government name.
I'm sorry.
All the time, Cassie.
Every episode.
Every
Doc,
episode.
hey, motherfucker. They gonna find this motherfucker. We were talking about this earlier. God, you're the reason. Android, she's the reason they found you.
She's the reason that animals eat their young.
Oh man.
I'm playing.
I feel like we've all had a good laugh, but I still don't really know what Agargus is doing
Oh.
right now.
Neither does it, Gary. Well, I would like to try to head back and see the party, so I don't know if we just turn around and leave, or I don't know if Zoltan's got something he's got to do.
Well, Zoltan's standing there. Like, Zoltan's the one, out of the whole party, Zoltan's the only one that you immediately know what they're doing because you can see him from where you're standing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just as a little bit of a refresh, it was Zoltan who sent you over there to try and follow this dude, but you kind of met a wall, like quite literally, you know? So, there's that. Like, if you're trying to regroup, you could just set off on your own and see if you can't find everybody else. You also know for a fact that Quill is currently with the other competitors, the other honored chosen. So you know getting to him is kind of like a probably a no-go. I mean, you can always try. Now, mind you, you're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. If you want to try and sneak into that barracks to meet it with Quill, I will have a lot of fun playing this scenario with you, just so you know. Or you can go looking for Android. You know, whatever else is out there doing, she's probably like, you know, setting something on fire. And
Eating a rat.
yeah. And then there's
Or a bug.
but there's Zoltan over there who looks like he's just waiting on this guy to return.
Okay. Okay. Agaricus just kind of like walks over to Zoltan and is like, "You went through the wall. I guess I'm waiting here with you."
Huh?
That guy that we're waiting on, he went through the wall, so I guess I'm just sitting here with you waiting till he comes back or something.
Oh yeah. My brain dead. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I'm waiting on someone to get back with me with some information at the moment. Find anything interesting?
A wall.
Zoltan looks everywhere and says, intriguing, I didn't know. What the fuck is going
I'll
on?
be a monkey's own.
So
Tell me these were roofs laying down sideways? That's fine.
what'd you say?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, like, even I'm kind of lost on that one. I get what he's going for, but it's like that's not quite landing the way he wants it to. I know what he's doing. I'm like, I'd abandon that.
No.
I'd abandon that one.
You're going to believe.
Pretty soon, the guy you were speaking with returns Zoltan, and as he returns, he for a minute he kind of steps back, like he's walking up, kind of like smiling, as he's looking at you, Zoltan, and then he looks down at Agaricus and just kind of jumps back a step for a minute, kind of
Oh, what the fuck is that?
visibly disturbed. And then he looks at you, Zoltan, and then looks back down at Agaricus, and then looks back to you to see if you're in any kind of distress. And
I pet Agaricus and say, "Don't worry, that's my dog."
Agaricus just kind of like sits down.
he kind of shudders a little bit, and he's like, "Oh."
He said,
And he steps forward very slowly, and he goes, "I believe the lady you were looking for is Chu-Mi, the servant girl. She is best friends with Ling Ling, but Chu-Mi left early, actually. She said she spoke with Ling Ling, but Ling Ling said she was asking her some really odd questions, something weird about Shujinja and old magic or something of that nature, and Ling Ling gave her directions of who she could go talk to, and Chu-Mi left early. It was all kind of crazy talk, and to be honest with you, I don't have the time for the triflings of young girls, so I myself didn't really catch most of what was said. But you're always welcome to speak with Ling Ling directly if you like. She said you're more than welcome to come and talk to her. She's in the back cleaning one of the tapestries right now off of one of the raised balconies."
Alright. You mind pointing me in that direction?
Says, "Of course, if you..." And he points past the foyer into the giant arched way, and he goes, "Right in there is the main throne room. The Shogun isn't in right now, so that's good, because if he was, you would not be able to just go in there unannounced. But because we're in the middle of cleaning right now for Ma Zaru's arrival later on this evening, he himself is in deep preparation for said event. She will be in there, and if you just take a direct left, you'll see the raised balconies. Because this is the ground floor. The balconies themselves, when you step through the outside archways going to the outside balconies, they actually raise up and make several little plateaus that for sitting and reflection and whatnot. She's out there right now beating one of the tapestries, getting the dust and making sure that it is clean for the arrival time. Says you can't miss her.
I bow and I say thank you.
He just kind of nods. He's like, oh, yes, of course, mother, of course. He says, and does your dog bite?
No, it don't bite.
He like reaches down to kind of pat its head. He's like, good dog. And he kind of takes his hand away and kind of looks at it kind of disappointedly, like, He goes, I think your dog might be sick. He says, I'm sorry, my lord. I must take my leave of you. I must go wash. And he moves away quickly.
Alright. Well, I guess Zoltan and his dog makes the way That's their fight. It's a wing.
Yeah, so you enter the main palace hall and you see, yes, it is a you've been in here before, so it is a large decorative room with many pillared archways that do lead outside. It is an open floor plan for all intents and purposes, with a, you know, what you would call an outside terrace of a sorts, but they, you know, it is ground floor, so in order for it to get elevation, they had to synthesize one, as it were, by raising it up with steps. And you see several women out there cleaning tapestries and whatnot, and there's the one, if you enter and just took that direct left, like you said, you happen to see a young, beautiful woman out there cleaning. She doesn't look like Chumi. She's a little shorter than Chumi, and you might say she's heavier, but, you know, not obese, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But she's, you know, she's out there, you know, cleaning the tapestry, just kind of going to town on it, you know, scrubbing it and gently washing it and waving it out. It is a large tapestry, so she's actually got to weight it down in the corners as she hangs it over the side, because she herself does not have the arm span to hold it on both corners as she tries to fan it out and not damage the silk that it is made of. And I know that's a lot of information about just tapestry cleaning, but there you have it.
Now I know what to do when I have to go clean tapestry.
Yeah. Listen, folks. If you can survive J.R.R. Tolkien giving the backstory to every tree branch, you can listen to my 3 minutes explanation about tapestry cleaning.
Well, you see. You just beat the shit out of it.
She's sat there with a tennis racket.
Well, I guess I make my way over to Ling Ming. Ask her, what direction she gave Chumi to go, what direction she gave Chumi, so I can go follow and be a creeping like a creeper.
As you come walking up, Ling Ling looks up at you, or looks at you and smiles, and she says, "Are you Chumi's friend? The one looking for Chumi?"
Yeah.
Says, so you're the one, huh? You're the one that's got her all smitten. Lover boy you. Says, well, she's got good taste. You going to take her away from all of this?
Hypothetically, could I?
She thinks that's what you're going to do. I mean, she is a servant. This is her station in life. But if a lord so gracious as you were to decide that, you were going to betroth her to yourself, then yes, she would become yours. To do with whatever you wish. Lucky girl. And she smiles at you again.
Hypothetically, how would one go about doing that?
Hypothetically.
That is a strong hypothetical.
It's a very strong hypothetical for Zoltan to say that.
She says, you just have to talk to one of the retainers, whichever one's in charge of her, per se. She says, we both go through the same retainer, so you would actually need to speak with that one.
Son of a bitch.
That one.
That one.
Bro, that one right there. That's the one. That one.
That's Timothy. That's Timothy right there.
Be like, Android, I want my allowance.
My allowance.
I'm buying a lizard.
I
About to
want
buy
it.
me a bearded dragon.
I want it though. Let me have it. I love it.
You would speak with retainer Kotokai, and he would be the one to release her to you for a fee, of course. But
I'm gonna spell Kotokai as quite literally Koto and then Sai,
Koto,
but with a K.
Kotokai, Kotokai.
I thought he was gonna say, I'm gonna spell it like Koto and then Kai, and I was gonna be like, good, because that's how it's spelled.
That, in fact, is how it's spelled.
I'm gonna spell it like Kotokai. Oh, well, that's good.
I'm gonna spell it.
She says, "Ooh."
Kai Koto.
She kind of leans close to you, you know, kind of leans now. She's done. She's not messing with the tapestry now. She kind of leans in and like her, you know, they wear pretty regular cloth clothing, you know, nothing really fancy or anything, but the women do wear like basically what would be the equivalent of like a cloth dress, as it were, but it's not tight by any sense of the imagination because it's got to be loose fitting and allowing the body to breathe while doing labor, you know? So when she leans in, you watch as one of the straps of her dress kind of falls down her shoulder, allowing
Oh my god.
allowing her you know, cleavage, her bosom to expose itself a little bit to you, and you realize that she is you realize that she is pretty well endowed, you know, and she just kind of smiles and she says, "So you're really smitten with Chumi then, huh? Is that?"
He's about to have him a pair of lizards.
Well, these are human women. They're not dragoon. Yeah.
Even disappointment.
Well,
I was
This
gonna
could
get me
have
some
turned into
scaly
another honey situation.
Maybe.
says, says, well, yeah, and she kind of leans back and somewhat disappointed. And it's becoming extremely apparent to you why Chumin told you to stay away from Ling Ling in the first place.
Mm.
She says, well, yeah, you got her asking all kinds of weird questions. You know that, right? Now her attitude's kind of become more sour.
Womp womp.
Says, you know that, right? Things that could possibly get her into trouble because she's asking a lot of superstitious things.
That's why I'm trying to find her before she gets in trouble.
Says, well, I could tell you, but I don't know. I could really use a drink after work, but unfortunately my pocket's a little light.
LOL.
Put your hand in. Huh? Wilson doesn't say that. Wilson does not say that. That's just player of Zoltan having intrusive thoughts.
Hashtag when the intrusive thoughts win.
My man, G.
I was gonna be like, all right, well,
Womp womp.
yeah. We're gonna be like, you know, she's gonna answer that accordingly, right? You know?
How much do you want for your for information?
She says, I'm not a beggar. She goes, it depends on...
Yes, bitch.
Bitch, if I set the market, you get what I give you.
She's like, I'm not a beggar, all right? It really all depends, I suppose, on how important Chew Me really is to you. I mean, you're already willing to pay to take her away from this life, which is more than the rest of us could ever hope for.
I'm
You...
about to set Will up with this girl, I swear.
Yeah, this is kind of right up his alley, actually.
Exactly, you Quill's wheelhouse.
Hey, yo, bitch. Let me holler at you.
I am definitely having you Will holler at this woman real quick.
She says,
I like
it's,
property.
she says it's really all depending on you. How important do you think Chew Me is?
Zoltan looks down and blushes.
Oh my god.
Hold on a second. Did you blush? You blush?
Uh-uh.
Hold on.
Uh-uh. Charisma points?
I want you to roll a diplomacy.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
Just roll a diplomacy for that. If
Uh,
that was a genuine blush, I want you to roll me a diplomacy.
where is diplomacy?
It'll be in the D's.
Set of skills.
Oh, and skills. I'm like, it'll be in the D's. It'll
That's
be
what
in
she's-
the D's. D's nuts. I think you know what's so funny. I watched that here just recently again, and I think I noticed something I never noticed before that I find so funny is that
Got a nat 20, boy.
the guy he's talking to on the other line, you could hear him start cracking up too. And I think it's his dad he's talking to. So I think his dad goes,
Ah, got him.
yeah.
Yeah.
And his dad's just like, but yeah, when you blush like that, that cold shoulder she's giving seems to melt, and she kind of softens. Her expressions soften a little bit, and her eyes begin to twinkle. And she just smiles. She goes, "You really do care about her, don't you?" She says, "Oh." She goes, "Keep your money." She goes, so my grandma or grandma's grandma, my mother used to tell me about her mother's mother who used to deal in the dark arts. Shujinja magic, which is a bit taboo. Not the modern Shujinja practices, but the old ways. And some of the things these people used to be able to do. Crazy things that you can't even imagine. Manipulations of reality and stuff. They called upon their dark, desolate god. I believe the one they call Toldoth, and he granted them abilities that are that really it wasn't until people of these lands started becoming more civilized that they did away with these things for the knowledge of knowing just how wicked and terrible they are. It was a decree of Primus that they should stop these things, for it was throwing out the balance of reality. Anyways, that's just old superstition and old wives' tales, but she was asking me crazy things like the ability to pretend to be something you're not, but in spirit form. And I'm just like, Chew Me. Oh, what by Cass's sword are you talking about? And she just, I don't know. But I did tell her of somebody who might. And when that's her response afterwards, she kind of goes, eh. Because it's in the bad part of the Forgotten City. Yeah. I sent her to the one they call the Crone.
The what?
The Crone. Yeah, the old Crone. Supposedly she's still... They say she's old. I mean, like, old. You know? Older than Dragoon crap, you know? They say that she might have actually lived in a time where these practices were still being, you know, done. And so I sent her there. I'm sorry. But if you hurry up, you may be able to catch her. And you might tell her to quit asking questions like that. It's gonna make people get the wrong idea about her.
Alright. Can you tell me the how the Lord of the Senju magic or the god of it again?
Shujinja? Oh. The god? Well, the Shujinja don't, by all rights and all purposes, you know, they don't really worship this guy anymore, but his name is told off. I mean, he's still got a form of worship, but it's mainly like criminals and real scum who, you know, who follow him these days. He's the god of decay or whatever they say. I don't know. But I personally, I worship Cass because he's hot. But
Hell yeah.
but you know, as far as Toldoth goes, I don't know enough about him. You know, just that his worship is real taboo. But once upon a time, they say that, you know, the Shujinja, the old Shujinja, used to get their powers directly from him, and he was, scary. Capable of doing really bad things.
Zoltan takes out his little pouch that has all his money in it and gives her 10 win.
She says, "Oh, thank you."
And he bows and says thank you for the information, and then tells Agaricus to come on and hurry up.
She says,
"You gotta get going."
"And be careful of the Woojin." When you give her the money, she says, "And be careful of the Woojin too."
Alrighty.
They used to be in league with Toldoth too. So basically all magic used to come from all the mystical abilities. That's why we appreciate the shaman and the Sohei the way that we do now, because they came in and cleaned up the dark arts. You know, she was asking about the Woojin, and then I'm the one who put her on the path of the Shujinja. So, if you're questioning about old dark magic of these lands, you're going to be dealing primarily with those two groups. And you're almost entirely not going to like it if you run into a Woojin. While the Shujinja have cleaned up their act, the Woojin, not so much.
Zoltan bows once more and says thank you, and then leaves.
She takes the 10 win and she's just like, "Hmm, it's a few drinks tonight." You just gotta hear her mumble. I mean, if I decide to get laid, I can have more.
Nice.
Zoltan says, I can hook you up with that. Runs away really fast. Afraid for 3 seconds and then ran away like a bitch.
Okay.
That's what Zoltan does.
Okay, so I see this playing itself out like this too. He says that and then bolts, and because Agargus was unaware that he was gonna do that, he just leaves Agargus just standing there staring at Ling Ling, and Ling Ling just staring at Agargus in this like awkward silence.
Please tell me that Ling Ling think I'm talking about a game. Shit would be.
And then I can just see Agargus just kind of turning and then trying to run too, but because their legs are so much smaller, it's just kind of like a waddle.
I'm pretty bad.
Yeah.
Agaricus feels the need to disclose that Zoltan isn't talking about him.
Puts his head down and everything.
I don't know why. I can just see it so perfectly. Like Agargus just waddling away, just trying to catch up now. Like, dang it. Ah.
Why does this always happen to me?
Oh, all 5 foot of them. Just dang it.
No, fun times. Okay, so what now, do you? What do you?
You guys come, barreling back into the foyer. Like, Agargus, you catch up to Zoltan as he's standing there in the foyer, kind of catching his breath as you just come, just kind of waddling up to him. And the both of you are doing this just in time to catch Android as Android's entering the Forgotten Palace. Looking around until Android, you spotted both Agargus and Zoltan both standing there. And you all, lock eyes, as it were. You all become aware of each other, okay? Let's not make this weird.
Nice.
You're the one making it weird.
I know. But yeah, so you all see each other now. And have regrouped for all intents and purposes.
Once. Agaricus kind of runs over to Android and just starts handing him the vial. Doesn't even say anything. He's just like, "Here you go. Take it from me, please."
Yeah, what is this?
Yeah, to paint the picture for you too, Android, here comes waddling up Agaricus, and you watch as they hold out their hand and a bottle that looks like organic fungi just comes popping out of their body as they take it into their hand and try to hand it to you. Saying, "Here, take this."
Yeah, Android looks upset. He's like, what is that?
What are those?
He's kind of just shrugs and it's like, "I don't want this to be my responsibility."
What is it?
You know.
No, I don't know.
She said, you know.
That's why I'm asking.
Oh fuck.
He just kind of stares blankly back, like, what do you mean?
Where did you get this? What is it?
Clever guy.
Oh yeah. Is that what it
I
is?
can't remember the proper word.
Oh, it's fucking priceless. Oh my god.
Like cinnamon and
She's
nutmeg.
over to cinnamon.
No, that's my spice file. Hold on.
I was gonna
wrong
cook with
one.
that later. Son of a bitch.
Wrong one.
My fault.
My bad, G.
There's a little fucking rainbow dash in there. It's like, oh no, wrong one. Sorry, Android. That's what ate it.
That's just for me.
Again,
This motherfucker said that's
Again, I feel like we're in a position where we've all had a good laugh, and I still don't know what the fuck's going on.
To give you an idea, the thing that Agaragis is trying to hand you looks like a mushroom, but it has like all the aspects of a mushroom, except it looks sort of like a vial as well, or like something that a potion, like a bottle that a potion would come in. You know, oddly enough, it kind of weirdly looks like they just gave birth right in front of you and are now trying to hand you this thing, this tiny mushroom thing, but they're like opening it up and popping the top of it like it's a potion bottle, and you can visibly see there is a liquid down in there. You see what I'm saying? So the whole situation is just odd because they completely pulled it out of their body, gave birth to it, and now are popping it open and showing you its insides. Being like, here, take it.
Please.
Yeah, again, Android is visually upset. Visibly upset. He's just like, what the fuck? He's like, what is in it? What is this? Why are you giving it to me? What do you mean you don't want to be responsible for it? I don't want to be responsible for it without knowing what the fuck it is. What if something pops up on me and is like, you got the fucking, you know, whatever. I don't want
the thing with the thing and the thing.
you got the fucking vial of eternal sin. Now you get a finger in your butthole. Like, no, I don't want that.
Oh my goodness.
Yes! Yes!
Hey, don't give me ideas.
No, I think it just died a little bit. Awesome.
That's amazing.
Bro, I'm fucking crying. Stop.
You know, like, appraise it.
Sure.
Is
Oh,
Zoltan
but Jesus
beside them
Christ.
by any chance, or
You can appraise it. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Go for appraisal. Do you have appraise? Is that a skill you have?
I do. It's not. Well, yeah, I guess it is actually kind of high. I've got a 12 and appraise. I'm not trying to determine value. I'm just trying to appraise like what it is. If there's
What
a
this
better
is.
skill for it.
Yeah. Let's start with appraisal. We'll start with appraisal. That'll help you to identify just what the heck this thing is. Okay, so you kind of look it over and you realize it's organic in its structure, and yet somehow no different than a potion bottle. You know?
Right.
Picture a hollowed out mushroom that has somehow petrified itself into bottle form. And you realize that it's not living, you know. It's not that kind of organic matter. It's not living per se. It's really just an odd container that Agaragis produced from its body. And inside there is some sort of liquid that they're holding in it.
But I can't tell what the liquid is.
No, that would require... I would allow you to give it a bardic knowledge but it's going to require you to taste it.
Oh, Android's gonna look at Agaricus.
No. Just go for a bardic knowledge. Just go
Okay.
for a bardic. Goes,
Should I tell you that I have?
Oh
Tell
no.
you that I have
Oh
an
no.
18 on bardic knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
I know sometimes you're like the DC.
Yeah. Well, I have an idea of what I'm looking for. So you kind of inspect the liquid and kind of sniff at it, you know, like, and you get a hint of cinnamon. It yeah, cinnamon.
Nutmeg.
Uh, yeah, that word that Agaricus was trying to tell you that was not coming out of its mouth is cinnamon, and now you realize that's what they were trying to tell you. To you though, you get kind of like it reminds you of kind of like cinnamon or peppermint, you know? Like a real strong flavoring. It kind of reminds you of a drink over there in White Sword. That you remember in your old trope that the troop leader used to used to drink himself, called Dragon Ball.
I was gonna say
Nice.
Fireball.
Yeah, called Dragon Ball. You know, it was real
Legend.
you know, it
RPG.
was, yeah, no kidding, right? One Love, but no, he he would drink it. It was a strong cinnamony, you know, peppermint drink, and it was liquor basically, and you kind of are getting a waft of that. You're thinking, this could be liquor in this bottle.
I dip a pinky.
You get just
I
the tip.
taste it. Yeah,
Just the tip.
just the tip. Bok bok.
It's the fire wine you were drinking
It's
with.
the out of the tiger.
It was the fire. It's the fire wine you were drinking with Lao D earlier, only in a more concentrate form. Like with Lao D, it was still pretty strong, but this almost knocks you on your ass.
Android, like, you know, starts coughing and he's like, you know, gathers himself and puts the cap back on the vial, and he looks down at Agaricus. He's kind of inspecting him, you know, he can see that he's clearly like, oh, what's the word? Overwhelmed, overstimulated, something. He's just kind of like, he just sighs and crouches down and puts a hand on his cap, and he's like, and holds up the vial, and he's like, why did you give me this?
What am I gonna do with it?
What am I going to do with it?
You'll figure it out.
Yes.
Where did you get this?
I can't remember.
Oh,
That is the right answer. Oh my god, I'm loving every moment.
well. Oh, okay.
You just accept it.
You just gathered this and retained to memory that you should give it to me, but you don't know why?
Well, it wasn't you specifically that makes you feel better. Just with somebody
Yeah.
else.
Okay. Okay. He just closes his eyes, you know, and then like stands back up straight, and he's like, well, I'm sure I'll find something to do with this. He's like, can you make more of these?
Yeah.
I'm not putting you out by keeping this file.
No, I believe I have more.
You would be able to, I believe, just so you know,
Uh-oh.
I believe you can produce 5 of them. So if you give him that one, you will have 4 that you can still produce. Unless that one's destroyed. Then you'll have to wait like a full 24 hours before you can use it.
Okay. You can have it. Just when you're done with it, please destroy it so I can regenerate another one.
Another one.
I know that sounds weird, but you got this. He like pats him on the leg. Because that's what everyone does to him.
Android resists the urge to kick him. Just punt him, you know? He's just like, yeah. Mhm. I'll figure out what to do with this. I guess.
He just sits there happily, like he
Very
finished a
satisfied.
quest. Yeah.
Pleased with himself.
Just out of curiosity, can you really not remember why Agaragis has that? Or is that just Agaragis' character that they forgot why they have it?
It's mainly his character, but there is a part of me that I'm like...
It's both.
Yeah, there's a mixture.
Nice.
'Cause I do remember, because I know we had like talked about it at the first part of the session, but my brain got wiped when I took a nap. So...
But I wasn't listening, so...
No, I was, for real.
It's fine. I'm actually enjoying this because now it's like, well, why does Agaragis have this, and what does it pertain to? And now,
Find out on the next episode.
yeah.
Offloading it to someone else because it's like,
This is your responsibility now. Like I said, now the demon is going to show up and demand, make me gargle his mayonnaise.
That sounds like a you problem.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So
Don't
while this
stop
is...
it. Get it? Get it. Again. Again. Don't stop. Get it. Get it.
Why this is all happening, what is Zoltan doing while this is all going on?
Can Zoltan see all of this happening?
Oh yeah, Zoltan saw it. I mean, like, I'm not even gonna make you roll a listen because you'd be close enough that if you really wanted to pay attention, you'd hear it all. Just be kind of like...
I imagine Android shouting anyway. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Can Zoltan ask Agaragis, what happened to the men she was told to follow?
I told you, he went through the wall.
Which wall?
The wall? The one that we were by. I can't...
Oh my god.
It's happening all over!
Oh my god. Oh, you know what? I'm going to say this just once. She's slowly making this character into the another Otis, to where it's like I can't wait to hear what happens, and I need more of it.
Yeah.
Fucking it's so beautiful.
Like even Otis would remember certain things and be like, "Oh, well, I mean, it was like this." And, well, what did you do about that? I did this. Well, why did you do that? Well, why not? You know. This is more like so sped that it can't even remember what it did. Like,
yes.
It can't even remember that it just did that. So when you ask, "Why did you do that?" they'd be like, "Do what?"
What's that?
Right.
What are those?
Do what? This, blah, blah, blah. You just did it. When?
You know,
What
you know
are you
that
talking
scene
about?
you know that scene Bad Santa where he's like, "Did you get dropped on your head?"
Oh, my?
Like,
No,
he's
they're
like,
gonna
"What would I
drop you
do
on
on my head?"
Yeah, no, they're gonna drop you on somebody else's head. Well, how am I gonna be dropped on my own head?
How am I gonna drop myself on my own head? And he's like, "God, are you fucking with me?"
Yeah.
You fucking with me right now?
Sneezy, dopey, bashful. Those are the 7 dwarves. Oh, you're right. Well, what are their names? Who? The elves. Oh, I don't know, kid. I just say, hey, Bub, Chief. I don't know. I just tell them to make the damn toys. Oh, are you kidding it's this right now.
Perfect.
You guys have another one on here. Another one.
Yes.
Another one. They didn't think we'd make another Otis, so we got another Otis.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Oh man, can you imagine a conversation between Garrigus and Otis?
my god. That would be, oh my god. I would have an aneurysm laughing.
It would never stop,
It'd never get resolved. Yeah, it'd never get resolved.
and nothing would happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, "What the
Nothing would
fuck
happen.
did we just witness?"
Yeah. So Zoltan, yeah, Garrigus is like, kind of motioning in the direction that that you. Now, Zoltan, based upon this, I will say that you do remember like where you saw the guy go. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, and then you said to Garrigus there, and Garrigus is telling you they went through a wall, right? So, do with that what you will.
Can Zoltan roll a search to her spot to kind of figure out
Spot
what?
run?
Yeah. Brains dead. Actually,
I won't make
not.
you roll a spot to just look in that direction if that's really what you want to do. You know?
No. We're re-redacting that statement. Zoltan has a true love
Redact!
for
There you go! Oh my fucking god! That's that shit I was trying to use the other day when we talked, Pog.
Oh yeah, redacting. Yeah,
Fuck me!
there it is. There's
Thank
the
you,
word.
child. Good god, I almost had an aneurysm.
But leave it to him.
Bro, of all the fucking people.
We redact our statement. Zoltan
Fuck me.
tells, damn, Android, everything that happened from the time I came here, all the nefarious acts I did, everything, and then he tells him what Ling Ling
You
told
tell
me.
him about
Yes,
you tell him about the
everything.
cheeks and everything.
Everything.
So Andrew, just so you know, Zoltan
He's the new
has
therapist.
just described to you.
My first time.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm glad you said it because I didn't really want to.
He
But
said
he-
I wasn't really
but he
about
tells
that
me-
life.
but he tells- I'm not fitting to do that. You fitting to do that, Trey. You fitting to do. But
She knew I was a beginner.
But
and
he
she
tells you-
protested.
But he tells you, but he just said, I tell you everything. So not only does he tell you about it, but he gives you it in full detail. So I want you to think about what Android's experiencing right now and the fact that you have a Garrigus. You just went through this with a Garrigus, and now you're going through a heavily detailed description of Zoltan's first encounter with this Chew-Me woman. And I just want you to take that all in, buddy. So you know.
I think Android responds the same way that Lao D did earlier, and he just sits quietly with an unchanging expression. And when he finishes the story, he's like, Zoltan, I too remember that special night. mine as well. He says, yes. Oh, what a night. Late December, back in 63.
Oh, no.
What a very special time for me. As I remember, what a night. And then he like looks off all thoughtfully for a moment, and then he's like, without looking back at him, he's just like, also Zoltan, I don't care. I don't
I'll
care.
tell you something.
He says, but you, so am I to assume he also tells me all of the thing about the Wujin and the Shujinja?
Everything,
Yeah,
like
off.
everything he tells you about all of it, like the specters he saw, the silver cord, the Shujinja, the Wujin, everything he's learned, plus why he sent Agaragis over there to inspect that guy, you know what I mean, that they saw. And I will say, because Android isn't so sped, Android can deduce what has possibly happened here.
Right. Android is going to be like, now to continue, he's going to continue on that same thought, that same train of thought, and he's going to be like, I don't care. But I want you to know that I'm not angry with you because you've done a good job today. You've done good today. Otherwise, that story would have pissed me off. He just like walks over to the wall, you know, and starts inspecting the area.
As you come walking up to the wall, I need you to roll me a balance.
Oh, no fucking way.
Yeah.
Bye,
There's no
Android.
way that fire water is putting me on my ass.
Bye, Android. Nice knowing you.
Bomb. You fell for four. There's an unread part of the map.
So, yeah, you come walking up and you start sliding. You're like, whoa, whoa, and you have to like, you slap against the wall, but you don't quite lose your balance. But you're just like, whap, and you're like, what the crap is this? And as you look down, you see, it has become quite tainted now because of your footprints. But what's left of it, you can discern is, basically what Agaragis had discovered in the first place, kind of like a snail trail of this liquid that you can only,
Yeah, gross.
yeah, what you can only discern as is similar to the stuff that they gave you in the bottle. Upon further inspection, just from inspecting it, you know for sure that it's the same stuff, and this is where Agaragis got it in the first place. So, whatever went through that wall left a trail of this stuff behind it when they phased in. And
So,
you can't help but wonder why Agaragis just didn't tell you this.
yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Android is kind of looking at all of this, and he looks over at Agaragis, and he's like, you walked 15 fucking foot. You walked 15 foot away from this. You couldn't have just, like, walked me over to this and just showed me this is what it... He's like, no, never mind. Because I'm gonna come up to the wall. Hold on.
Agaragis is just sitting there like, I don't know, what was I supposed to do about it? I did what I was supposed to. I did my job.
He said he had one job, motherfucker. Not two, just one. Just one,
I
motherfucker.
did my job. Agaragis like, I did my job. I got you.
I had one job, not multiple, just one. Did it. Perfect. Suck it.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
I did my
Dropping
job.
it. fine. Android's like, is spellcraft the skill to like ascertain if magic's been used?
Yeah, it can identify magical properties. If you were like a full-fledged magic user, you might even be able to, like a wizard, you'd be able to use spellcraft to ascertain like the actual spell, so you could copy it even.
Oh, right.
This will be rudimentary at best. So
Yeah, I'm just trying to tell if it's been used.
mm-hmm.
Right
Go for
here on this. Like if this is a component.
Oh my god.
I know, right?
So you begin licking the wall, and no.
Hell yeah.
No, you begin inspecting the wall, and you find something odd as well. In the cracks of the wall, where the mortar meets the stone, as it were, you find traces of the liquid, almost as if it's been almost as if the stone itself has become porous from contact with it, and the stone itself, like a sponge, has absorbed some of this stuff and is now sweating it back out because it technically shouldn't belong. And you're finding faint traces of it. It's almost making the stone sweaty.
Right.
Greasy. And you know it's the same stuff. And so whatever pushed through this wall like this,
Yeah, you push it. It slipped out.
I see it. Okay, no, but you, it's hard to say why this is. You know what I mean? It's confusing, to say the very least. But somehow this liquor is a component. And that's the best you can make out of it.
Ooh. Android's kind of like looks back at Agaricus and he's like, "Look, I'm sorry I've been hard on you. You did good in bringing this to me, but try to remember why you're bringing things to me. It'll help my job a lot." He says, "Zoltan, you've dug up a lot of shit for me, so well done.
Yay!
We will wait for Lao D to regroup with us here before we set out, because this is where he knows to look for us. But we've got more than a couple of leads to go on now." And Android kind of divulges what he discovered with the Kuatoa nightmares and their acid blood to Zoltan and Agaricus. Just, fills them in on that whole debacle. And he's like, so, yeah, that's where we're at.
Out of curiosity, does he tell them about the ring?
Oh, you mean Dot?
Mm-hmm. Does he tell them about Dot 3?
Yeah, I mean, sure, he doesn't really have any reason to keep it from them, per se. And I think at least Zoltan knows that Android and Ucoil have the walkie-talkies.
I believe
yeah.
we addressed that at least once now with him.
Yeah.
He asked.
In the reptile land.
Right. So, yeah, I don't see why there'd be any reason that Android would keep that from him. He'd just be like, Oh, and they discovered this new feature with the walkie-talkie ring, so you, Quill, and I can keep in touch.
You hear a
after
voice
we
say,
do business.
".3."
Android's like, yes, I discovered .3.
I don't think he was very happy with what you called him there.
She
Gee.
sounds like a she. Anyway, it's more of an it, really, I guess, by virtue of
I
technicality.
am Dot.
Yeah, she is Dot.
Put respect on that name, man.
Assuming AI gender now.
So,
Fucking A, right?
the real Zer. Anyway, yeah, that's a new feature.
All right. So, yeah. You, Quill.
I'm alive, maybe.
After speaking with dot one, as it were, with you. After speaking with dot one, what do you do? Because we're kind of rewinding back into the past now. You know, to a little bit earlier. To put this into perspective, Android's still with Lao D walking towards the Kuatoa at this point.
Yeah.
And by the time you get done saying, well, go talk to him, he and Lao D have just reached the Kuatoa encampment. So, what does you Quill do now after speaking with Dot One?
I mean, he's I don't want to make it sound like he's like some fucking savant. He's trying to compartmentalize like everything he was just told. Because, you know,
Compartmentalize.
yeah, he's not like a fucking rocket surgeon, but he's not an imbecile either. He's
Oh no,
like,
I'm just
okay, well,
repeating the word because I
Yeah.
can never pronounce it whenever I want to say it.
there you go. But yeah, he's just like, okay, that's more info than I cared to have at this current time, place, and juncture in life. But fair, you know. It's one of those, you know, it made more questions than it answered anything. Type of, you know, gig. So he's just trying to figure out how he feels about the situation, and then trying not to let it like override his job at hand, you know, type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've got shit to do today. And yeah, he's just kind of like, well, that's a thing that happened, and we got more information than we wanted before things that we need to do happen. So fucking awesome. Yeah, that's kind of how he's, you know, he's just trying to figure the fuck out a little, and not let it distract him from, you know, the competition. You know, he's getting dumped that Otis's ring. Basically, they have to go fetch it to fix it. And it's like, well, that's not good because we're not even, you know.
Entirely sure.
Yeah, where is even? And then, you know, on top of that, it's like, I've got this. We heard about Tyrone saying, which, you know, we haven't heard from him, you know, ever. So it's just one of the things he's like, huh, I got some shit. We just learned about people we haven't heard, seen, or known about in fucking forever.
As you're sitting there contemplating this, oh, excuse me. Oh, if I was better at remembering names, this wouldn't be so hard. Yeah, Zanye walks up to you, and you're kind of thinking, you know, you're like you said, you're trying to compartmentalize.
Compartment.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I'm telling you, I have no reason for not being able to pronounce this other than the fact that I just cannot. I have no reason.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, he's just a little spit.
Yeah. Compartment, mentalize.
There you go. That's
Yes.
good enough for government work.
Yeah, good enough. So you're doing that, so you don't even notice that she comes walking up, Zanye does. And she just you hear her just go, You should be more focused on the task at hand of winning the tournament than letting your intrusive thoughts win.
Yeah, Yuko kind of snaps at him, and he just kind of chuckles. He's like, "Oh, trust me, these are not as intrusive as some." And he just kind of smiles, he's being him.
She says, If you say so. But should we have to face one another, you will see which one of us was more focused and ready for the task at hand.
Yuko just kind of smiles, and he's like, "Little bro." Little bro energy.
Yeah.
Trust. I got this at all. I could probably eat and respect. So I am focused enough. He kind of sighs and looks at, it's her, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's her. Yeah.
And I'm like, or he's like, fucking wars. Fucking gods, things, all at once. Check mark. This, you're talking about practice? Looking ass. Nah, we're good, bro. We're good. You worry about you and you need to focus. I got me. I stand on business. Just know that.
The Pain Xiong comes and sits down next to you, just kind of flops down. He's like, kind of leans back with his arms crossed and his head against the wall. He says, Did you sleep with her sister or something? Because she's got it out for you.
Yuko just kind of laughs, like a good hearty laugh, And he's like, you might be onto something. If I did, I don't recall it.
He just kind of and like tilts his head in your direction, opening up one eye with a half smile, and he goes, Kung Po's the name.
I'm sorry?
Kung Po. That's my name.
Kung Po Chukin.
And your name?
Yes. I was like, oh. What up, G? Well, as you I'm sure have gathered from the overuse of my name recently.
Nope. But don't be offended.
None taken? Shit.
These things, they always remain so informal. Every year. We don't ever get to know each other. Those
Kind of smiles. He's like, I kind of noticed my, what's the word?
Notoriety?
No, not even notoriety. I guess. Damn it, I want to say boasting, but that's not it. His kind of like social, over socializing with people has rubbed some people the wrong way, which he found, weird. Because even on the battlefield, you kind of like, your opponent on the battlefield. The whole thing's kind of like, kind of odd to him. So he was like, yeah, he's like, I've known most of the foes that I've dispatched in battle, so for me not to at least give my name to my opponent in a. And he kind of does like the air quotations, exhibition tournament, whatever the hell this is. And everybody's so uptight about it. He's like, it is kind of weird.
Yeah. For you, fighting is more a normal social interaction than just sitting around and shooting the breeze, is what you're saying.
Yuko kind of chuckles. He's like, well, if I'm not in battle, usually, used to be in a bar/brothel. These days I find myself in more diplomatic situations than I've ever found myself in. Most of the time it was the battlefield, so you just, even then, again, it wasn't overly like, it was kind of like a respect thing to tell the person whom you're fighting, and risking both lives to, to at least have the common decency to tell the other person your, name.
So, yeah. Well, as I used to be socially inept as well. But, I don't know. I don't really worry about it these days as much. Because I don't spend necessarily all my time at, a bar. I don't know if I spend my time at a bar. What is a bar and brothel?
Yuko kind of chuckles. He's like, bar, they serve drinks. Usually. He kind of thinks he's trying to remember the drinks of the area. He's like, what he drank the fire water, and what else did he drink?
That's about it.
Yeah, he's like, where do they serve that fire water stuff?
He goes, oh, an inn.
He just kind of looks at him funny. He's like, that's your inn. I like this place more and more all the time.
He says, yeah. He goes, well, an inn's for a lot more than just drinking, but, yeah, I see what you mean. You mean where you come from, there's just a place solely dedicated to just sitting around and drinking.
Well, I mean, you have some inns or bars that are inns, kind of. Like, so you can just fall upstairs, but, they do have dedicated places that you can just go drink. Small village would have like a bar,
Oh, like a fisherman's shack. I get it.
Yeah, something like that. So, and well, a brothel. He kind of scratches and says, well, yeah, I guess at an inn you do the things that you would do at a brothel, so it's just lady friend.
Oh, madams. I see.
Yuko kind of pulls out his little notebook. Gonna need that in the future. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Oh, madams. Quickly.
We're gonna need to remember that.
He goes, that sounds like it potentially burns. He goes,
This guy.
Yes. At times, yes.
He goes, it's only because you're an outsider that she gives you the hard time that she does. Most people treat me the same sort of way only because they think that the Feng Shang are dumb. We're not dumb. We're just simple. Simple wants, simple needs. If we're hungry, we eat. If we're lonely, we find companions.
Pretty straightforward to me.
Yeah. Don't let it bother you.
But Yuko's just like, oh, no. He's like, I actually find it quite amusing sometimes.
He goes,
Like,
Oh, what's that?
It's one of those things where it's like actually he kind of looks at it, he's like, I don't have a better way of putting it, but I guess in setting, I'm like her villain. And he's like, I'll play my part.
Was there? You're not so much a villain to her as much as just. How would you put it? To her, you're probably more like clay. That could be a pot, but you'd rather be clay. Where?
Not wrong.
Where?
That is a true fucking assessment.
He kind of laughs. He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah. He goes, her, or the Golden Lotus, they're real staunch over there. Train all the time, you know, dedicate your life to the honing of the body and whatnot. Out of all of us, she's got the most advantage in this first round of the tournament just because she's been hammering away at intruders and enemies with her bare hands her whole life. You know, the rest of us have come to rely on steel and armor and things like that, but she seems to think that the truth of power, as they call it, lies within, I don't know, the tissue or something, some kind of crazy crap that they talk about, something weird about their teachings. This truth of power, they say, that can only be found through the things. There's some kind of weirdness. I don't really know anything about it, but it's good to talk to the foreigners from time to time. The only one I've ever met was the one that was in here earlier before he got beat, that Lord Wolfbow, and who knows anything about him, really, him and his people.
What was her name again?
Her name? Oh.
Yes.
Her name is, and you're asking him, right?
Yeah.
It says, she is known as Master Zhang Ye.
Right.
Sorry. In there. Put it in my notes.
Yeah.
In yay, truth of power? Question mark.
Yeah.
Tissue.
Yeah. You said the magic word. Yeah, Uquil is now off of haha funny mode to this truth of power. Is it like a religion thing for it?
Well, he kind of laughs. You're definitely asking the wrong person, but from what I understand about it, yeah, it's kind of like a lifestyle for them there. Apparently, so the legend goes that there were these Grand Masters. Don't ask me their names. The only one I would know is the one that obviously is the Grand Master of the Golden Lotus, and that's Grand Master Yang Pan Lu. But these Grand Masters got together and they found what they call the truth of power. And then each Grand Master spread out away from our lands to distant lands to teach this truth of power, this inner working of the body or something, this inner strength that they call it, and I guess to be fair to them, I've seen them do some pretty incredible things with their, myself, I've seen them do some pretty incredible things with just their bodies in general, their fists, their legs, their feet, their elbows, forearms. But legend has it that Grandmaster Yang Pan Lu can literally stop a sword with his bare hand. And, you know, legend has it that somebody went to strike him with a sword once, and he literally chopped it and stopped it with the edge of his hand. And then he still had the fortitude to grab it and snap it like it was made, like it was nothing but a twig. Brittle.
Fair enough.
But that's just, you know, I didn't see it happen. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
So, but yeah, apparently these, to be fair, these guys are capable of some things. There is something to their teaching, but I personally, I like to sleep in sometimes.
You
know?
kind of left. Like, yeah, enjoying yourself.
I can't, you know, I mean, he kind of shakes his gut. He goes, you know, they say, you know, the sustenance from the dew of the universe, you know, I guess my body doesn't know that. I'm going to need a little bit more than dew, if you know what I mean.
You will just laugh. For sure. And he's like, huh.
But yeah, I guess it's a religion or like a lifestyle for them, this truth of power that Grandmaster Yang Pan Lu is willing to teach whoever wants to inquire about it.
So what was the Kung Pao chicken, right?
Kung Po?
Yeah, whatever the master is.
Oh, Yang Pan Lu.
So you follow the TikTok, how you name the Asian president?
That's not exactly how I did it. I actually went to Google Translate and kind of pieced together certain words to make other words. Thank you.
So yeah,
I'm not a total dick.
Yuko's just kind of like, all right, cool. So like, he's got what little information he needs about that, so he's just kind of like on to the next one. Whatever, you know. But yeah, he's like, cool. And he just kind of starts chatting him up. He's like, well, you know, she's not bad on the eyes though, right?
No,
Yeah, just kind of chopping it up with him.
he goes,
He learned what little information he needed.
when you say that, he just tells you, scrawny.
To be fair.
He goes,
Like,
not my style.
oh, yeah, fair. He's like, huh. So what do you think? You think she has like a man that she's, you know, she's a little uptight?
When you say that, he like sits his head forward for a minute and opens his eyes and kind of blinks. And he's like, you know, I never have even thought about it. I don't know if they, where we're from, they call them monks. I don't know if you've ever met a monk in where you're from, but
Kind of.
we call them monks. And I don't know if monks even take the time to experience each other in such a way.
Yeah, Yuko's like, yeah, you know, I'm always wondering about this. Oh, that's gotta suck, huh? You know, he's just kind of, no, he's kind of like, I wouldn't say he's like being, like an ass to the guy, but he's also kind of like, you know, he's trying to goad him a little, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
You know, like I don't how do they do that? How do they possibly, you know what I mean?
he's
Yeah.
like, I mean, I don't know.
Weird, huh?
I, for one, have a wife and, you know, cubs at home myself.
You don't say. So
He
you
goes, oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Five bouncing baby cubs.
Yeah, when he says
What's
that,
your
Yuko's
wife do?
yeah, Yuko's like, bruh. Okay, you putting in the work. I see you.
He goes, oh no, it was all at once.
The whole lot. Oh Jesus.
in one go. He goes, we Feng Zhang are, we are hardy people.
Yeah, Yuquil's like, obviously kind of like, I wouldn't say take it back or anything, but you know what I mean? Like, he's like, oh, well, that's one way of fucking saying it.
He says, oh, that's nothing. The Daji, and he points to the sleeping dog folk, you know? He goes, that's Kobayama. He comes from a litter of 12.
Huh?
Yeah,
Hell?
12. All at once.
Yeesh.
He goes, what's sad about it is not even half of them will survive their formative years, as it were.
Yeah, he has Yuquil's interest. You say.
Because it's just a tough life. They're
Not wrong about that.
they're nomadic, and there's a lot of dangers out there. Because you're not familiar with our land, so you might not know this, but we around here in these lands and in our country,
here.
in our shogunates and countries, on the east-west,
Harmony and West Side.
we have
We got us a little twin.
So we have a interesting hog population, you could say.
Okay.
Since we have a variety of different kinds of hog. I mean, we've got other fauna that are just as dangerous, but for whatever reason, our hog population is more than we have a variety. Anything from like brush hog to oni. And they seem to run the most rampant out of everything.
Huh.
Yeah, and the poor Daji seem to fall prey to all manner of things, especially the hog. Yes, you ought to, when you get a chance, you ought to just, take a journey, a pilgrimage through these places. The Dragoons seem to think you're pretty important, so you might want to know our cultures just a little bit better. Just,
Yuquil's like, you're not wrong.
He goes, I myself don't come from any one particular shogunate or land or country myself. The Feng Zhang pledge no allegiance to any lord. We we are known mercenaries, much like the Daji, and he points over to the Jade armored guy, and he's like, and the Jade mercenary. So but we're not nomadic like the Daji. We actually have a base of operation. Where that is, I'm not going to tell you. But if you rise in the ranks of the Dragoon, there may come a day where you might want to remember these conversations we're having, because you may want to hire our services before somebody else does. Be pretty bad if they used us against you. Right now, I like you, so I'm going to feel bad about having to snap you in half if we have to fight out there in the tournament. But I sure would hate to have to kill you on the battlefield, you understand?
That brings a wry smile to Evil's face. You hit them with the you don't say.
Well, to be fair, you may kill me. But if I end up killing you, I'd feel really bad.
Fair. Like, I'd prefer it if I didn't have to, but you know, he kind of looks at him. He's like, "It is kind of the nature of our business, isn't it?"
Yep, sometimes. And then he just kind of lets out a loud belch and he goes, "Oh man." He goes, "If you'll excuse me, I think I ate too much and I have to handle some business. I gotta go talk to a man about a horse."
Fair enough.
He gets up and just kind of, as he's walking away, you hear the slightest. He's like, "Oh no!" He just
Oh, no.
bolts. You realize that you've been talking for so long that the sun, because you can see out into the tournament area, the sun is starting to like get low in the sky.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And the sun, hey big guy. Yeah. But as that's happening, you oddly feel this like electricity begin to fill the air. It's not anything like magical per se. It's just a feeling, you know, like
In the air tonight?
yeah.
Don't say.
It's just it's palatable is what it is. Like
It's palatable or
it's
palpable?
that.
That one? Oh,
It's
yeah.
you know, it's coming in from like the outside and like you're starting to get wafts of like food and things like that, and just you can hear that the procession is starting to pick up, you know, almost like the tempo is just really starting to kick in now. You know what I mean? Like everybody's catching their seventh wind, you know, and you don't really know why that is, you know.
Yeah.
This is quite literally becoming a festival where nobody sleeps. You know? And pretty soon some dragoon guards enter the barracks, and they're like, Mazaru will be arriving soon. You should all be ready to present yourselves before her. And when that happens, everybody starts getting up and kind of cleaning themselves up a little bit and straightening up and trying to make sure that they don't stink, really. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Everybody but you, because you have no idea what this means.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like the Daji, he's up now. The Hao, he's down there. He's cleaning up. Even Zanye is straightening herself up now, you know, making herself presentable, fixing her hair and washing her face and whatnot. So what does Uquill do?
I mean, I guess he kind of picks up on the cues. He's like, kind of like looks at himself. He's not exactly how do you say it? He's not overly one to understand social protocols, but at the same time, like he's like, yeah, I probably should like make sure that he's okay, yes. You know, don't look like a complete fucking bum.
So he just kind of straightens himself up a little bit as well. Just kind of.
Yeah. Kind of make sure his, his outfit's on the up and up. We can't get no like food on his face or anything.
Mm-hmm. So the sun begins to set. You, Quill, while you are fixing yourself up. Android, Agaragis, and Zoltan, you guys have been waiting here at the Forgotten Palace for a while. Now, waiting for Lao D to show up. It's become apparent that whatever he's writing or whatever he's doing, it is taking him a substantial amount of time to do. But we have caught up to both timelines now as they happen, as they coincide, as they coexist with one another. Whilst you all are waiting at the Forgotten Palace, and you, Quill, you are cleaning yourself up, pretty soon the guards are like, prepare yourselves. And everybody begins to get into line, you, Quill. Meanwhile, at the Forgotten Palace, people begin, servants, lords, people who look like they're of importance, begin to start exiting the palace in great numbers. There is like I said, there is something in the air now, as everyone is beginning to go to this set destination. And as this is happening, Android, you get bumped into.
Oh, fuck.
What?
I've seen movies. I know I'm about to get robbed. Or like GPS'd or something.
GPS.
Bend over and grab your ankles.
That one.
Well, it's
I
nothing.
But it turns out.
Oddly enough, it's nothing truly like that.
You're lying.
No, I'm serious. You're just bumped into, and you hear like a voice say, "Why don't you watch yourself?" And you look and you see what looks to be a dragoon man, but he is extremely fancy dressed. He's a dragoon, but his scales are that dark charcoal with the red tint to it. It's like this strange mixture of what you would know as the black and red dragon, but here in the dragoon lands of Long Zi Sudo, these are not your typical dragon. They do not spawn from your typical dragon. They are the dragoon, And so there is something somewhat off-putting about him as you look upon him in his finely coiffed hair. There is a menace to him. No matter how fancy his silken suit and tie and vest with its gold trim is,
Important him not to be a menace.
there is still something, slightly dangerous per se about this man. So when he shoves into you and he's just like, why don't you watch where you're going? He, narrows his eyes in your direction before turning away and continuing on his business.
Android can kind of feel the anger, I suppose, start to bubble up, because he's like, you're the one that fucking ran into me, sort of thing, but he's just kind of like, well, is it really worth it? And he just kind of eats it down and lets it go. He's like, you fucking watch it. You know, he's just all mumbling to himself. Like, oh, fucking dick.
Bitch made motherfucker.
Yeah, you Quill would fucking eat you.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever, you know. It's kind of like fucking bitch.
While you're going through this, you hear a familiar voice say, "Android, over here!" And you see it's Lao D moving against the grain, and as he's moving against the grain, he himself almost bumps into this Dragoon man, and he gives him a wide berth as the Dragoon man just stops abruptly and stares him down as he walks this wide circle around him. And he turns and looks and sees that Lao D is approaching you to speak, and you see this like look of disgust on his face as he looks away from you and continues off into the crowd. The man's expression towards you and all that does not go unnoticed to Lao D, and Lao D is just like, "Wow, I'm sorry it took me so long. I apologize." He goes, I almost missed Mao Zhaoru's arrival.
That's okay, you ain't gotta apologize to me. What's up with that guy?
He goes, "Oh, Governor Yokai Izu. Yes, he's kind of a big deal. Also, he's kind of a dick."
That's what I was gonna say. You just like shoved through me just now.
Did he?
Yeah, he just walked up and bumped right into me.
You see Lao D's like jaw kind of clench for a minute as he like looks over his shoulder as if he's looking in that direction. Then it relaxes. Well, that wasn't an accident.
I didn't think so either.
He's the governor. He lives in the pagoda, and if I know who you are, he knows who you are. He's just extremely xenophobic.
Well, that's okay. I don't bite.
No, but he does. You don't become governor by being a pacifist. He's really just a gangster in fine clothing, is all it is. Most of the governors are. Says it's kind of the way of things here. Says once upon a time we had honorable men in these positions. Now we have a shogun who does not hearken to the words of our ancestors, and we have governors who are and retainers who are just basically organized crime. If it wasn't for Ma Zhaoru, I don't think we'd have one decent official working for the people.
So do you think he marked me or something? Like, what do you think that was about? He's giving me dirty looks. No, he don't like my existence. That's fine. I'm used to that, but...
More just sizing you up.
I see.
I highly doubt what's ever going on has anything to do with the governor. He kind of needs the status quo to remain. He makes the most money this time of year, especially during the Jingzhu. He has the, you could say he's sort of gotten an agreement going with the, Longji Nongcheng farm. That's where we get all our, fire wine from.
That's where you get your fire wine from, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's the mass producer of it. Yes, that's why it's such a high commodity in these lands, because it's the only place you can get it. It's ran by Zizhu Nunzi.
As he tells him this, Android kind of starts to reply, and he's kind of like talking fast enough that he's almost stumbling over his words. You can tell he's getting eager about what it is that he's saying, and he's like, and if that's the case, then that means that they would have the concentrated form of that. Is that right?
He goes, yes, it would be the 100 proof, yes.
He says, so he just gives him the quick rundown of what happened when he got here with Zoltan and Agaricus, because it's almost like he almost forgot. And he's like, I should tell you that this is what Zoltan discovered also, and Agaricus brought me this, and some fucking guy just walked through that wall. Just walked through the wall, if what Agaricus and Zoltan say are to, to be believed, which they give me no reason to believe that they lie, so.
As you're explaining all this, like, at this point, he's, like, actually guiding you guys to the ceremony of Zhao. Can't even remember her name.
The one.
Mazaru, her arrival, right? The ceremony.
Right.
He's guiding you guys there, and he, like, as you're explaining this to him, he says, but none of that makes any sense. He says, I mean, not fully, anyway. You say, he looks at you, Zoltan, and he says, you say that the man you saw, he had a dragoon's tail? Right? Is Zoltan still with us? Or did he fall out? Oh, okay. He says, right, that he was wearing a cloak, but all you could make out of him was a tail. Much like, and he shows you his. Correct?
Yeah.
He goes, so, but, to be, let's put this together. You saw a dragoon. There is essence being used as ancient Shujinja magic. There is probably Wujin involved. Plus, you guys caught both a Koatoa assassin, as before, who tried to assassinate you, Quill, plus an Izumi who was spying on you. So that would mean that there's a connection between Dragoon, Izumi, Koatoa, who are using ancient Shujinja and Wujin magics. He goes, I know that doesn't sound as weird to you as it does to me. And why would the governor or Nanzi risk ruining their operation? I just told you they're gangsters. They make too much money with things being this way. Why would they want the Jingzhu to fall apart?
Android just kind of thinks this over, tapping his finger at his chin. He's like, I know there's something to this that I'm missing. He says maybe it's some sort of coup.
But it would still be the end of the Jingzhu.
This is true. He says, is there... are there any reasons that you can think of that anybody would want the Jingzhu to end? Just anybody in general? Does anybody have anything against it?
Says, well, the, there is a shogunate known as the Six Demons, or how we pronounce it in our language, Long Lu, but they just choose not to show up. Their presence is way too disruptive. I wouldn't say that they necessarily hate the Jingzhu.
That's interesting. When we arrived here, or before we set out here, we were told not to go through their territory, I believe.
He goes, oh yeah. He goes, unless you're invited. Yeah, they'll skin you alive. The Six Demons are not ones to be not one to be trifled with. I mean, they do have a shogun themselves, Wei Zhou, but he's just kind of like a puppet for the actual Six Demons. Because that's kind of a sordid tale there, but basically the Six Demons took control of that land, and the shogunate there now works for them. Much kind of like the way it works here in here in our lands, actually. Even though we have a shogunate, it's our ancestors who really are our leaders. The shogunate just kind of carries out their will. The difference is the ancestors aren't demons. But I just don't know if they would be plotting the demise of the Jingzhu. They've never seemed to express a distaste for it. And in fact, those foreigners, those men who call themselves Knights of the Far Moon, they show up to the Jingzhu. They've shown up to the last two Jingzhus we've had, and they live in those lands. They are how do you put it? The story goes with them is that they are on a particular crusade to try and free those lands of the Six Demons. Sort of they took an oath and came from lands far from the west here. They said they come from a place kind of like our own, only they call it a broken island or something like that. And he's trying to remember the word. Actually, I'm gonna roll something to see if he actually does remember that word. No, he doesn't. So, not even close, bud.
Nice.
He says, I can't remember what they say, but it's a land. Much like you call this place the continent of Pengshun. He comes from a different continent that they say is broken or something. And over there, they have these men in heavy suits of armor like theirs, and they call themselves knights. They said he came here and took an oath and to rid the land of the Six Demons. But I don't know. That's just all story, and probably more legend than fact. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I do know that if you want, in the morning, we can go out to the farm, find out what's going on.
You said it was another continent?
What, the farm?
Well, what you were just talking about, the
Oh, the
broken island or
knights.
whatever?
The knights, yes. They come from, like, the way it was described to me is like an island that's broken into pieces.
I feel like I've heard that before with one of your comments. I'm trying to remember which one.
I'll let you roll a bardic knowledge if you want.
It's not Norsecorn, is it?
No. Not even close, bud.
Oh, damn.
Well, I will let you roll a bardic knowledge, but you will have to roll high. It sounds vaguely familiar, you know, but it's because of what he's saying about it. It's not so much that it's a broken island, it's because of what it's called.
Oh. Brokine?
Yes. So you didn't roll quite high enough for me to just outright tell you, but you rolled just high enough that I could give you a clue. Yes.
Cool.
The words that he, like the way he's describing it and everything, yes, it's the island of Brokine, or the continent of Brokine, which really is just kind of like a series of islands that you can tell was once one large landmass that has been broken up into a series of islands. But what you know of it, which isn't a lot, but what you do know of it is that they consider themselves the oldest continent. And even though they are broken up into kind of like islands, they have conquered this issue by building these large bridges that span for miles, connecting to one another, so as to show unity, strengthen unity, as it were. Henceforth, why their kingdom, the main kingdom, because it's not like where you're from, where you have basically nations and states, right? Your own countries, or your own countries. In Brokine, it's a united kingdom. It's all one kingdom under the banner of the Central Kingdom, which is called Union.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all you really know. Plus, you've talked to Hernan Mendoza before, who was with the Egalitarian Chamber, the gentleman who wanted you to travel back to Brokine with him so he could get you guys to tell him your story. You know what I mean? And prove to everyone. Yeah, and prove to everyone that the three gods they worship, the ones they call the first three, are truly gods. You know what I mean?
Right.
Which would just solidify Brokine's own self-inflated ego even more. At least that's the vibe you picked up from him. Sort of an arrogance, you know what I mean? But yeah. So through that, you realize that this Lord Wolfbow comes from the continent of Brokine. And they are a group of knights who took an oath to rid this particular shogunate of the demons. You know, they're sort of on like a crusade, as it were. And you've seen these guys around, by the way. It's not like they're hiding or very secretive. You know what I mean? Right. I can. They're really distinguishable because their armor looks like that of the depiction of a wolf. You know?
Oh, I see.
Let's see. I've shown you the picture before, but I will show you the only rendition I have of it now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've seen these guys walking around and stuff, and you've even seen Lord Wolfbow when the Honor Chosen were being announced, you know? So, and you thought it was kind of weird because he clearly is a foreigner just like you, but nobody seemed
Right.
off-put by his presence there, you know? So,
Grown used to him.
yeah, and whatever he's about. But yeah, he says, but if you want, we can go to the farm and investigate. I mean, he mentions the fire wine, the concentrate fire wine that you have. He says that's as close to elite as we've got, other than the fact that we know whatever acid they're using comes from the Kuatoa nightmares.
Android says, I think it would be worth looking into. He says, but yeah, I don't know exactly in which order we should. I guess we've got some time until. Well, do you think the Kuatoa will even get back to us, or do you think that's a ruse?
Says, Boo Krogi will get back to us with whatever he thinks we should know. Meaning, he will ensure that we complete our tasks and that neither him nor his shogunate can personally be implicated. Whether or not we get the full story of what or how whoever's behind this were able to obtain the acid from the Kuatoa nightmares, who's to say?
Yep. Gotcha. Well, I suppose we have some time till he gets back to us anyway. We could probably check out the farm while we're waiting on him, I suppose.
Says, well, we can do that in the morning.
Yeah. I
It'll-
figured.
We can go by flight. It won't take the full day that way.
By flight.
He says, yes, I'll see to it tonight that we rent out some Shenlong to fly us there.
Some Shen Lung. Huh?
Yes, that's our word for it. I'm not entirely sure what you would call it in your tongue.
Carboning
I'll
missions?
let you know when I see it. Carbon emissions. Yeah, I'll let you know when I see it. And he's kind of like, he kind of chuckles a little bit. He's like, I hope Solar won't be mad that I flew on the back of something else. And then, like, no sooner than he finishes cracking the joke, he just kind of like goes straight faced because he's like, Solar. Solar. Like, I don't know exactly how to express that. It's kind of like he's high energy, and then when he realizes he's talking about Solar, he immediately tanks, you know, because he's like, oh, right, Solar.
There's a
You know what I mean?
conversation that
Like,
needs to happen.
I've got a bone to pick with that guy. But yeah, no, he's like, yeah, we'll see to it in the morning then.
You guys come to a meeting place at the foot of at the edge of the city, where everyone is gathered. Unlike at the opening of the festival where everyone crowded around the stage and everything, everybody is given this place a wide berth, even parting like the Red Sea, for what is to come. There is somewhat of a platform set up though, with several chairs, thrones even decked out, and you guys watch as the Honored Chosen, you Quill, you are marching in single file line with the other surviving Honored Chosen, as it were, up this platform, each of you taking your places upon the throne, the different thrones set for you. As soon as like music is playing, once again you guys see that the people playing the music for the ceremony are the players, and you, Quill, as you are walking by them, you see them and recognize them as the strange minstrel like band, you know, who just seems to keep showing up with in the oddest places that you guys are there, you know. Android, as you guys come walking up, the one who had introduced himself to you as Drek Danger, also the ringmaster as he calls himself, you know.
Okay, yeah.
He's
That's
like,
what I thought it was.
he's sitting there and he's just kind of, he's now no longer with his little megaphone calling things out, you know what I mean? They are being extremely respectful, and the music that they're playing is more akin to the traditional music you would probably hear in these lands. So Drek, because he's more of a showman than a musician, he's just kind of sitting there with like a triangle that he just dings every once in a while. He's just ding, you know, and he's fully aware. Like, he's fully self-aware. He dings it, and every time he does it, he just gets this like crap-eating grin on his face.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's not even in tune with it. He just dings it at the most inopportune times, much
Just
to
do
the
it.
yeah, much to the chagrin of all the others. You know, but he, you know, there he is in his fine wide brim hat with feather and his leather jerkins and, you know, decorative cape. And as you guys come walking up, he just happens to see you in the crowd, and he nods and mouths the words at you, "My lord," ding, you know, and kind of winks at you. And he's just-
Android just kind of smiles, you know. He's just kind of like, you know, gives him the yikes smile, you know, like, you know, like to indicate I'm gonna sit this one out, bud.
Pretty soon, fireworks begin to just shoot up into the sky, but instead of like in wide bursts, they just shoot up and then like very uniformly just and they light up the night sky in such a way that pretty soon, coming into vision, you see this massive, what looks like a dragon at first, but it's not. It's it's got more like the body of a chicken without the feathers. You know, it's scaled like a dragon,
Plato's man.
but it's it's
A
scaled.
dinosaur?
Well, it's scaled like a dragon, right? It's got scales like a dragon, but its body is set up more like a like a chicken's, you know? It's got two legs that it stands upright on, but no actual hands to speak of, no hands or arms. It's other than that, it's just got wings as it comes flying in. But these things are quite large creatures, and they come flying in. And when that happens, you you get nudged in your side, Android, by Lao D, and he says, "Shenlong," and he points at it. You know, and what you like I said, they look very dragonine, but they aren't. They're like the Diet Coke of dragons, you know what I mean? 1 calorie, not quite dragon enough, as they come flying in. Oh my gosh, and I'm trying to show you, and for whatever reason it will not let me do it this way, so I'm going to do it this way, because why not? And behind it, it is pulling what looks like a rickshaw, a very large and decorative rickshaw. Not just like a seat with wheels, but an actual like carriage of a sort, you know? Only instead of like closed in, it is open, and upon it you see Mazaru sitting upon decorative pillows, sitting crisscrossed applesauce. As they come flying in, and the music speeds up for a minute and then slows down to like a somber, respectful tone, all except for Drek. He's just hammering away at the triangle now. He's just making sure to hit every corner of the triangle on the inside, you know, just king, 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 king. Just, you know, I mean, just doing his thing. And he gets like slapped across the arm by the redhead, who's normally their singer. And he's just like, oh, all right. He just stops. As the Shenlong comes and lands and bows its head and holds out its wings almost like it's like drapery. Mazaru, accompanied by her other shaman, who, other than the one that brought you guys there, the other two. Oh, I can never find what I'm looking for. Yes, the other two. One whose scales are that bronze, almost brownish orange color, and the other one whose scales are like that dark, almost black with the green glint glow coming off of them. And then there's Mazaru, whose scales are like a crystal blue, with her like large, wide wings and she's accompanied by her other two shaman, as the last shaman approaches, and Zoltan, you recognize this shaman as the one you spoke with earlier, who, when he was talking to you, seemed nervous to answer your questions when you were inside the Forgotten Palace. If you remember that. You remember that? The one that came in? Yeah. He's the one that, you recognize him as he comes walking up to. He's and they all escort her up onto the stage as she begins to address each one of the honor chosen. And as she does, she leans in and whispers something to them. And when she pulls away, that honor chosen looks somewhat petrified. You know, somewhat nervous. You know? And you watch her do this until she reaches you. And she smiles and says to you in a very low tone, she says, "It's good to see you again, you." Did we lose you, Quill?
I'm sorry, what?
You butthead.
My bad. I was off looking at this. My bad.
You be right here.
My bad messing.
She says to you, "It's good to see you again, you."
This is
Mazaru, the
was like, the name that I was going to give you a hard time for not remembering, and now I can't remember. Anyways, okay, refresh my memory. I met her. She's the main reason why I became the guy for the Dragoon, right?
Yes, she's the one that told you of the prophecy that.
Yeah. Okay.
Like they've been.
I just wanted to make sure I was thinking of the right person.
They've been looking for you. They think you will release Takesis from her prison in the stars, because right now she's a constellation. Yes.
Yeah, I'm their Neo.
Yeah, you're their Neo.
Okay. All right. What's good with it?
Hell yeah.
She says.
Hey, he kind of stops himself. He's like, He bows. He's like, sorry.
She kind of grimaces at you for a minute. She says, I want you to know that what happens next isn't done out of mouths. And she looks deep into your eyes. Right? And inside your head, you hear her say, I must prepare you for when you meet the ancients. Or if if you're not ready, if you cannot handle this, you will not survive even being in their presence. And this feels extremely invasive. It's like she's in you.
Oz?
And you feel your muscles kind of tighten up. You now realize why all the others seemed so shooken by this, And then she leans in and whispers in your ear. She says, you're not in control. And then she leans back. She tells you the one thing that you don't want to hear. The one thing you want to run away from the most. And she confirms it. And then she releases your hand and moves on to the next person. To leave you there with that thought. Because in your mind, you know for a fact that you have been tried and found wanting. She does the same thing, and strain as you might, you cannot hear what she tells them. You just know that whatever's happening to them, she's doing the same thing to them, and when she leans in and whispers to them, she's telling them the one thing they don't want to hear. And so on and so forth. And then she comes back down off the stage and she makes a little speech. She says, we are in the time of yet another Jingzhu. I wish it could be like this always. All the shogunates, all the tribes, all of us here in harmony and peace, with love, dance, and drink. Cherish this time we have together now, but we will not see it again in another 30 years. Be good to one another and party on. And with that, the music starts up again, and it's like time just stops being frozen, and reality rushes in on everybody. And that's about when Kung Pao, he's just sitting there for a minute, and then he just kind of burps. He goes, what does she mean about my blood pressure?
Whoa.
Like, I get plenty of exercise. It's funny because it seems funny to you, but you Quill when he's laid there staring up at the sky with his head tilted back against the throne, that he's sitting in. And when he sits it up and looks over at you, you can see that there's a bit of tears in his eyes or something like this has genuinely hurt his feelings.
Yeah.
Like, Just kind of pokes his belly. Oh, shoot. And about this time, servant girls are like bringing you guys food because you guys are in a place of honor. They're bringing you food and drink and things like that. And the servant girl who brings him food, he's just like, no, none for me, thanks.
That's why he's got bad blood pressure.
Real savage.
Not eating.
He's just looking kind of dejected. Yeah. What does Quill do this moment? While he's sitting up there in this place of honor, having come to maybe a inner realization of himself right now. That whatever it is she looked at, that was her response to it.
I don't know, because I'm kind of lost. I'm like, trying to think of what she perceives as his biggest fear is.
Oh, I have it written down.
That doesn't help him.
Yeah, that doesn't help me at all. So I'm trying to think of like, if I was you, cool, like what would come be like the first thing that would come to
I'm going to send you what you told me once. And I want you to see if you this is going to be between you and me, and I want you to see if what has been told to you starts to make sense. Ready?
Yeah.
Because he has experienced something similar before when dealing with what was his name? Eli Cunning. When there was nothing he could, like, Eli Cunning basically, bested him in combat.
Yeah, I would say relatively. Yeah, it hasn't really changed much.
But see, I did not focus on the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Instead, I chose to just focus on the last 3 words there, because I feel like he slowly overcome quite a bit of it to begin with. You know what I mean? But I feel like the last 3 words there are still kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you consider everything that is, everything that's going on with him.
True. Yeah, the statement as a whole is true in its fullest. But that portion, it all leads to that.
Exactly.
So yeah, you're not wrong.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I was,
No. But yeah, like I said, I wanted to make sure we were on the same page when it came to this. Is like, the more I think about it, it's like, it's really the only thing I think I've ever told you that really bothered him. But I wanted to make sure, like, I had said something else that gave you an inclination of something different.
I think considering who Quill is, this is the only thing that could bother him. Because it's been the only consistent factor in his entire life. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah. So would you say now that he's thought about this, that does somewhat have him kind of feeling a little bit more, like, well, like,
I think
considering
I
how
think,
Kung Pao took it, just kind of like, well, what do you mean? Like,
yeah, I don't think he's like that. I think it's more of like, okay, so with him, I think it would take some of his cockiness away, just a smidge, but I don't think it would like shatter. You know what I mean? Like I think it would plant the seed of doubt just a smidge. Right?
Okay.
Well,
I don't know if it's meant to shatter you, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to interpolate like how I think you would take it, because if this was like pre-Orlon, it probably would have put him closer to it. You know what I mean? Where he would like really be questioning himself. But now after all that, the whole deal with the Pantheon fault, that whole time skip thing, I think his resolve. I think his sobering up and like really starting to handle shit has helped build his resolve to a point where it's like you might be able to kind of like make him question it from time to time, but he's also overly arrogant to the point where it's like, nah, fuck that, because this is still the same man even in the
Right.
So you're never gonna really, you know what I mean? And especially now, since he's gone through so much, I really think he's probably like, bitch, what you mean?
So,
you know what I mean? Like, not disrespectfully, but you know what I'm saying? He's like,
so
wait
there's the idea.
You know who the fuck I am and what I've done?
So
like,
there's the idea right there, because it's kind of the same way. That's kind of what Kung Pao did too. He was just kind of like, well, what do you mean? You know what I mean? It's questioning the thing that you rely on the most and make you inward reflect. Not necessarily see, if you don't let it shatter you, then perhaps you're passing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I think that's how he would take it. Like it would catch him off guards, you know, and he'd be like, huh? The fuck? You know, because
Well, yeah, because she began with it by telling you, if you cannot handle this, if and when you meet the ancients, you certainly won't be able to survive that.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's not.
There is
he's
a
not fucking.
There is a foreshadowing there for him now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What to expect when that portion of this tournament takes place.
Yeah, and like, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't think he's where it's like to the point where he's like, you know, just Look, he might be a little simple from time to time, but there's even a part of him that understands that statement in and of itself is like always going to be true to a degree, right? That's kind of like a given, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he sees that whole thing as.
So does he?
As much.
I guess what
as
I'm
much
asking.
As he can, what this means.
What I'm asking. All right. What I'm asking is, at the end of the day, does he still think that this is possibly just going to be a cakewalk for him, and not necessarily this combat section, because that is what that is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I truly believe that Yuquil even now thinks to himself, well, I mean, I'll still beat the piss out of these guys if I had to, right?
But, that part of him's not going to go anywhere.
The next, this upcoming thing, would you say that he's more aware now of the fact that there is actually more to this than meets the eye? And
he's always had that. That's the part that's always made him being transparent about how he's felt about the whole thing. When it came to like hitting himself against just other people, never really. That was never a point of contention. He didn't like how vague some of the shit was. Like you know, if you're like, hey, you gotta outrun, you know, Jeff over here. There's a part of him that's like, you know, that's his mindset, right? Like going into it is like, could be like fight, or is it kind of like, you know, you gotta play checkers 20 times? Like what the fuck do you mean? You know what I mean? That was his mindset. And then whenever they're like, oh, well, then they're gonna test you and have you do some stuff. We can't tell you that. And he's like, what the hell does that even mean? Because in his mind, it was just like he was gonna go have, you know, basically like a sparring match and whoop people's asses. That was what he thought the event was when she kind of told him. And then when she started explaining it more, he was like, what, huh?
Yeah.
You know, like,
Yeah.
what do you mean, and why are you not telling me more? And that's what made him uncomfortable, was the unknown parts.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, if it's just like a test of strength or metal or anything like that, he's like, I'm Gucci against another person.
Mm-hmm.
When she started adding all that other shit, and he's like, huh?
Yeah. So
Yeah, in the most part,
has
yeah,
it served to clarify any of it somewhat?
kind
of
of
help you
again,
realize maybe what you may be facing next, you know? Has it
yeah,
served to...
Well, again, like he was already kind of, I don't want to say nervous, but he was like, what is the next couple of things? You know, like again, he's deduced that it's probably not going to be the same, like not even remotely. He's like, so for him, it's the anxiety of not knowing what the fuck he's going to have to do, and it being something that he sees as trivial. You know what I mean? That shouldn't matter. I think is his biggest concern, because of course that would be more areas of his weaknesses technically, you know, quote unquote, you know, things that he's not good at. So he's just like, you know, what the fuck is it, and what do I have to do? He doesn't like not knowing, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, good.
Yeah, he's very methodical in what he likes to do. So when he doesn't know what he has to do, he's kind of like,
Yeah. Yeah.
what the fuck? I cast a punch at the biggest, baddest motherfucker because I can. And you're not telling me I can, so what can I do? What the fuck am I doing?
I'm thoroughly enjoying this liminal space I've got him stuck in right now.
I bet you do.
The liminality of this is quite enjoyable. Good. I like it. I like this.
Yeah, but it overall, it hasn't really stolen his shine to a degree. He's just like, he doesn't fucking like it, but he's still you cool. Like,
Oh well, the purpose of it wasn't to steal your shine, say.
well, you know, yeah, you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
he's not gonna suddenly be like, oh man, you know, it's just like, well, what the fuck, yo?
Yeah. He's not like, oh man, how can I go on? It's not.
Yeah.
Not yet,
even
anyways.
As at this moment, that first round, if anything, made it worse. He's like, bro, I thought y'all said this was gonna be hard. And now that what she just told him was kind of like a slight rage check, and he's like, oh yeah, kind of forgot about that part where y'all are doing some like fucking behind the scenes, you know, behind the curtain shit. So yeah, he's not totally about that.
Mm-hmm. So
Again, at
yes,
the end of the day, Yuko's going to put a lot of faith in his own ability to handle the situation.
So does he partake in the food and the drink and things of that nature still?
Yeah. And I was gonna say, man, he even goes over to homeboy and he's just like, he doesn't know what he said, but he tell guys shaking, and you know, like I said, like I don't want to say he befriended him, but it was kind of like that mutual respect where it's like we both understand we have jobs to do. Neither one of us, you know, like you said, we met on the battlefield. Hate to be the one to kill you, but you're dead, dog. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But right now, we're cool. So he just kind of walks over. He's like, how would he say it? He walks over and brings him like a a little fire water, you know, and then what would be a good way to put this? Something that like a type of food or something that you could put in front of somebody, like no matter what your station is in that, you know, 'cause you can kind of tell he's like pushing it away, and he's just like he brings him like I don't know, like a venison or something that's not gonna kill you, probably better for you than the shit you normally use. He's like he just gives him a good old chuck on the shoulder, and he's like, remember, we got to meet on the battlefield at some point. I need you healthy. And hands him the fire water and the food. Just kind of gives him a nod, you know, like, you know, you got this. You know what I mean?
He looks at you for a minute and kind of squints his eyes and then gets a grin on his face and then takes the whole freaking thing and eats it. Like and there's like a few bites and throws it and then downs the whole fire wine and tosses the cup aside and goes, I am healthy. You just make sure you just make sure your spine doesn't snap from one punch from me, all right?
Yuko gives him
laughs and pats you on the chest with a big old paw. Just
yeah, Yuko gives him like his arm, you know, for a good hand, you know, like a shake, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like sounds like a good deal. He just kind of gives a hearty laugh as he walks away. He's gonna go see if homegirl got around.
She's over there sitting in her chair with her eyes closed as if she's meditating. You know, her breathing is slow and very paced. She's just...
Aha! Yuko's gonna grab up a little cup of water. He's gonna have his fire water though.
As you approach, she, without even opening up her eyes, she says, what do you want?
Come in peace, man. Come in peace.
You've come to see if she scared me? She did not.
Yuko just kind of smiles and he's like, no, there's a part of me that was really hoping to see just a little quake in your voice. Just cause. Not because I wish you any ill will, just, you know, it's stoic, man. I wanted to see a little humanity. Just a switch.
Her eyes open and she looks at you and she says, the whole purpose behind this was to help you reflect upon that which holds you back. If you can't understand that, then you aren't going to make it much further.
Yuko just smiles, gives her a nice, you know, like, not a disrespectful bow, but one that's kind of like, show right. Not bad. And then just like, so word it's gotten to me that you
He's like opening up his notebook now. About you. I learned this
He's
from
like,
a guy named Amish. He writes
I'd be like-
everything down.
I'd be like, yeah, this is guy, I guess your master, Yan Kao Lu. Yeah.
She kind of cocks an eyebrow and she says, my master? You mean grandmaster?
Yes, exactly. Sorry, I'm not great at this note taking. Learned it from a guy. He didn't really point out the finer intricacies. It seemed to work for him. Figured I'd pick it up. Anywho.
Yes, Yang Pan Lu. What about him?
Well, I was having a little chat, man. Guy said that you, well, you are the way you are because you're on the path of the truth of power or something like that. He's trying to play kind of ignorant, like he didn't really, you know what I mean? He's not trying to let on that he
Might have like a sort of an invested
yeah.
interest in this.
It's kind of like I just heard word. It's like that's kind of that's why you do this whole. He kind of looks at her like. Again, not in like a derogatory or like whatever way, he's just kind of like, well, you meditate and he's got his fire water and he's holding out the cup of water and he's like, why our preferences are so different. You know what I mean? Again, not trying to be insulted, but at the same time, not exactly sure how to like get information from her without doing it his normal quote unquote charming way. You know what I mean? It's not his area of forte.
She says, "You want to know about the truth of power."
Yuko just kind of shrugs. He's like, to be honest with you, you're very. Oh fuck! I had the word and I just lost it. You're very dedicated to this, and he's like, I knew some guys one time, a long time ago, a place where I came from, very dedicated to their craft, very similar. And he's like, I just wanted to know if there was some similarities. Oh, really? Just gotta.
Because you knew you knew somebody who was studying the truth of power.
He just kind of stops. He's like, didn't really say that. People that have dedication to their craft like you knew a guy that spoke of, yes, power. So it's like the two worlds kind of met, and I'm like, what are the odds I've met somebody that didn't even realize it, you know? So just figured I'd ask.
She kind of laughs, but it's not a scoff. It's just kind of like a laugh, you know?
Yeah.
And she kind of looks you up and down and she says, and what if this power that you, the word power, and she thinks about it for a minute and she says, I think that someone like you hears the word power and he believes it one way, without ever really truly realizing its truth.
She gets an eyebrow that's raised at her nose.
She says, for me, and for all of us who follow the teachings of Grandmaster Master Panlu, the truth of power is the reliance upon oneself, the inner reliance upon oneself. But that is because in order to be able to trust in yourself, you must first realize that which is around you. And then she just like stares at you for a moment. And she goes, you have no idea entirely what I'm talking about, do you?
He's like, well, I mean, he gets the kind of obvious how would you say, connotations of it, right? You know? But he's like, I mean, a smidge, but not really. It's like, he kind of chuckles, like, almost that self-deprecating laugh. He's like, reliance on oneself is something I have in space. He's like, granted, not always, probably for, and he kind of looks at her and he's like, for the same reasons, but probably not too far from these same reasons. My reliance often comes from the lack of a better option, so to speak. Either I did it or it didn't get done type of thing, you know?
She says, better yet, let me see your arm. And she holds out her hand for you to give it to her. And when she takes it, she kind of flexes your arm so your muscle is profound, you know? She says, this arm is strong, is it not? Powerful? She says, are you right? Because, are you strong because you're right? Or are you right because you are strong? And when you can figure out the truth in that, then maybe, and she kind of scoffs at. She's like, just maybe I can genuinely have this conversation with you. And she kind of moves your arm away from her and goes back to her meditations.
It's like the cup of water. That ain't mine.
Roll a spot check for me as you walk away.
What?
Yeah. It may here in a minute. I do have a slight delay, so it may.
Oh well, my roll 20 just reset.
Oh. Yeah, it liked to do that though.
That's the first time it's ever done to you.
Oh shoot! I didn't even.
I didn't show it on mine.
There it is.
Okay, it wasn't my best name. I had a little part of it.
Yeah. So as you're walking away from her, you go to set, you go to grab your fire wine and walk away, but just out of your peripheral vision, even though she turned her head and looked away from you, to dismiss you, you catch her with one eye look you up and down for a minute and then close it once more.
To be fair,
And as you walk away from her. Yes, I think that is where we're gonna actually end tonight's session.
Okay.
With that, because, well, there is quite a bit that is going to happen now, and I don't really want this recording to be 6 hours.
to be fair.
Up in, so hit stop now,
Yeah.
and then
He said so. Hit stop now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I can hear numbnuts. Did we lose the other child?
no, she's in the bathroom right now.
She's dropping a big stanky deuce. Okay.
No, she was just like washing her hands or something.
Tell her I said that too. Like you said, you're in there taking a big ass shit.
He was like, she's sitting in there taking a big ass shit, not with the door open.
Bro, I see her as the one that's kicking the door open, being like, "Android, come look at this."
What
It's like I
you
came
doing?
first.
You pooping?
What you doing?
You ever heard those stories where the dude, where they talk about the guy kicks up at the door, is like,
Probably.
babe, come look at this. Look at what came out of me.
Oh,
Right.
That's
No.
her to you. It's alright. Looking ass.
No, I'm glad she doesn't do that.
no, but there was.
I'd be
This is like,
mortified.
yeah.
Oh, that's perfect.
There's this one time, like way back in probably like 2009 or 2010, when Amanda was like talking to me about like the look of poop, and she was like, "Let's look up some pictures on Google." and she was just laughing about it. And then she looked at poop.com, and there was a literal like space for people to share their personal photos of it, and like they had categories. It was wild.
That? What is that?
That's shit. That is literal shit.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to close this out now. But I hope you at home have enjoyed tonight's session.
I'm glad I opened that perpetual bathroom door
Oh
so
my
she could share
gosh.
her shit story with us.
You're welcome.
It's quite literally. I quite literally opened that door and she's like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna run with it.
Apparently, this is also a very educational program, even if it's an education you wish you didn't have. But,
Yeah.
but with that said, I appreciate you, dear audience, for joining us for another session of here at Adventures in Loxos. I want to thank them old school gamers, Dragons, Icy, Kassid, and Ness for joining us again. Unit 620 again was not with us, but he'll be back soon enough. It's around this time of year. He's just got a lot going on, so. But he'll be back soon enough to play Elsa. And, I love you guys. I love you at home. I love you guys, them old school gamers. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Go ahead and sign our guest book. That's our comment section if you are so inclined, if that tickles your fancy. Ring my bell for notifications. And okay, there's my shameless sales pitch for the channel. And we love you. Y'all come back now. Stay golden.